and it is live. So whenever you are ready, Jeff.
Okay, let's go ahead and call this. Joe says no. He's saying no. We're good to go, Joe? We're good?
It says so.
Okay, okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. This will be our regular meeting, October 8th, 2020. We have all directors present. We have a quorum. We can conduct business. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. Let's go ahead and get started. We don't have a need for a public comment period, so we'll move into minutes of previous meetings. Go ahead, Dick.
Under board open forum, it says Director Zeef reported meeting was held in Utah. I don't think I said that. I think I said it was a virtual meeting. So Western United's meeting was not held in Utah. So that's the only correction I had.
Liz?
Yeah, under the C5 rebate program policy, it says it was properly moved, seconded, and carried to approve this request. I think we should say policy. And then I think that in the policy, we changed it to reflect, we had a slight amendment on the language that said that not only would the items eligible for rebates may change, but also the rebate amounts may change. I think we added amounts may change in the language.
We did.
Okay.
And then at the end, I wanted to just, in the board or open forum on the green power discussion, this gets to the rebates also, that one of the, well, not only if we did green power has had a record-setting year so far, but that the rebate structure and amounts have been reworked, and that was presented to the board.
Okay. Michelle,
so
did you get all?
I have a change. In the engineering report, the last sentence says that I was hoping that the fiber project can get started early next summer. I don't remember making that comment.
I believe that was Scott.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we got a number of corrections. Michelle, you got them? Okay, we will need a motion to approve the minutes as amended. Carl, I have a motion from Carl and a second by Dick. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Kristen is trying to reconnect. I just want to let everybody know her Zoom crashed or something.
Oh, okay. It's like the motion carries.
Jessica's in the
Let's move into the attorney's report.
service. Special meeting minutes.
Oh, that's true. We do have this.
Move to approve the special meeting minutes.
Thanks, Liz.
Second.
Motion by Liz and a second by Dick. Any further discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. Motion carries. Now we're to the attorney's report. Levi, good morning. Does anybody have any questions for Levi? Levi, you got anything for us?
Not for open session, no.
Okay. Any questions for Levi? Okay, we're moving on.
And
Mark.
Jeff, just to note, Kristen was able to reconnect, so she is back with us.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, thank God. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I did not have a written report. I'm going to give an oral report about a few things that we have going on. And if there are any questions, be happy to take the questions. On our community solar project, we continue to work with the landowner. They have marked up the draft lease that we provided to them. It's under review by Levi and myself. We expect that we can get something in place that will meet our timeline to start construction in spring of next year. With the safety officer, we've continue to have a number of candidates that have been provided by the recruiter. As I mentioned last time, a number of them have self-selected out for a number of reasons after getting through at least one or more interview. We have a candidate that has been through a telephone interview, a Zoom interview, and will be in Granby next week to meet staff, have an opportunity to see our facilities. He will interview with myself, Jessica, Scott, and Rich, have the opportunity to meet with the other executive members of the team just to get a better sense of Granby. And we are hopeful that that he will choose to move forward in the process. He will be coming from, I believe, Texas, and he has a lot of good safety experience as well as experience working with co-ops on safety. So he looks good, and we're hopeful that that he will choose to move forward after having the opportunity to see our operations. As I noted yesterday in the email to the board, the RUS has finally approved our loan documents. They've received everything, and they are now setting it up. And I believe they said it may take up to 2 weeks for them to put it in place so that they can actually allow us to do draws. It's not an issue at this point because we have several that are in process. I think we have one that has been completed, and it was for a relatively small amount of money. We are looking at procedures as to when we would request money from RUS. I think that the board is aware that it can be challenging working with them, so that we most likely will not request money every time we complete a financial assistance package to our members. And so we will package them and do it perhaps every couple of months to make the process hopefully be smoother. With the fiber backbone, the contract is on our agenda for the board's review and approval later. We continue to work with an entity that would partner with us and pay a portion of the cost associated with it. That entity, we have met with them a couple of times now in the last month. They have put together a what they refer to as an investor slide deck, and they are meeting with investors, most of which are local to Grand County, to actually fund their participation in it. And we expect to hopefully hear something from them in the next 2 weeks related to their participation. It looks very promising. Regardless of whether they choose to participate, we will continue forward with the project. And it appears that phase one will actually start next year, and that is related to timing on materials. Scott will talk a little bit more about the actual process, the contract, as we get into the action item and his report. With the Tri-State FERC filings, there have been a number of documents that have gone back and forth between the lawyers. The lawyers are making quite a bit of money on this, I think. And they are racking up the pages in the filings. There is a technical conference scheduled for October 21st, which we will participate in. That is an opportunity for Tri-State to present their model and the methodologies, and to provide an overview for not just the interveners, but also for FERC staff and the judge that has been assigned. We don't expect that anything major is going to come out of that technical conference. However, we are also working on the schedule for the next settlement meeting. And so based on, hopefully, if the technical conference goes well and everybody understands everything, that we can make some substantive process on attempting to see if we can resolve the issues to everybody's satisfaction at that settlement conference. I don't expect, just so the board knows, that will be in November, that the first conference is going to settle this. We will most likely have several meetings to get the parties closer to where everybody can get hopefully to an area that they can agree on. As the board is aware, we signed in March of this year a franchise agreement with the city of Fraser. One of the things that was not clear in the agreement when we signed it, because it required a date which we left up to Fraser to fill in, and they did not, was when Mountain Parks would start to collect the franchise fee that we would then remit to the city of Fraser. I got an email last night from Jeff Durbin that he discussed it with the town board, and it appears that they are ready for us to start collecting that fee. Stacy has been working to set up our system to allow us to do that and to identify everybody that fits within the town boundaries of Fraser. So it is likely, and I have possibly another call with Jeff on either Friday or Monday, that we will start collecting that on November the 1st and begin remitting those fees to the town. For anybody that doesn't recall, the fee is 2% on electric sales, and that is consistent with most of the franchise agreements that we have. Scott and I this week met with Winter Park's town manager to discuss a number of issues related to some projects that they have that they are working on. We did discuss the lot that we have at Vasquez Road, and we talked with them about some solar initiatives that they have. They talked with us a little bit about the possibility of us and our interest in the Martin land. That was the dog property that is next to our substation. They, in addition to acquiring that, they acquired 12 acres close to that from the county through a lease. And that's where they plan to design and construct their transportation facility. I kept calling it a bus barn and they kept calling it a transportation facility. So that's what we'll go with. We talked about some of the things that they are hoping to do with that, including putting some of their light duty fleet into an electric fleet and chargers within the facility. I told them that we will work with them however we can to help move that process forward. And then the last thing that they did raise is the possibility of a franchise agreement, but the town board has not decided on what they want to do and how they would do it. We are going to give them some estimates of the revenue that might be generated from such an agreement. So at this point, we're still waiting on them, and we offered assistance in the projects that they are working on. So they are not where they are needing our assistance yet, but we'll do that. Yes, Kristen.
Is Fraser or Winter Park proceeding with the level 3 charger that they'd been planning?
Fraser is proceeding with the level 3. In fact, we did our work to set it up to where they could start working on their piece of it. We are also working with the Winter Park Resort on the 14 level 2 chargers. The resort decided that they would do the work themselves because they were looking for warranties and that we as Mountain Parks could not give them. But by them buying it and having it installed, they then have the warranty for the devices and equipment. We talked with Tri-State, and Tri-State is willing to allow them to do it, to invoice us. We then will get the money from Tri-State for the grant and forward it on to the resort.
Thank you.
Last item that I have on my report is staff is working hard on the 2021 budget. You're going to hear more about that in the action items. The focus for this meeting will be personnel cost and benefits. You'll have a presentation. It is general in nature, and if there are specifics that the board would like related to anything that we're going to talk about specific to raises and other things, we will need to discuss that in executive session. But the plan is to have the draft full budget available within the next week. Staff will be reviewing it, putting it together. We will then present it to the board for their review and hopeful approval at the November meeting. And with that, I will pause to see if there are any other questions. I don't see anything, so I am going to conclude my report with an announcement. As the board is aware, I've tendered my resignation effective May 31st, 2021. I would like to first thank the board for their incredible support over the last 18 months. I think that support has helped us as an organization achieve a significant number of accomplishments. I want to assure the board as well as our employees and members that I will continue to work extremely hard in the next 8 months to make sure that we achieve some of the other stuff that we still have on our list that will benefit our members over the long term. And I think I would be remiss if I did not say that I am very appreciative to my executive team as well as the hardworking women and men of Mountain Parks. They have made my job easy, and they are the part of the reason why we've accomplished so much in what would, I think some people would say, would be a very short period of time, because they work every day to ensure that we serve our members and we provide great service to our members. And with that, I will turn it over to Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Mark. The board has received Mark's resignation and will proceed with identifying his predecessor or his successor. Justin and I have been tasked by the board to contract with an executive recruiting firm to assist us with this. We will be seeking potential candidates, both internal and external, to Mountain Parks. Once a recruiting firm has been selected, we'll let everybody know what that process will look like and a timeline. We will need a motion to authorize me to sign a contract with an executive recruiter. If I could get a motion to that effect. Carl, I have a motion by Carl and a second by Liz. Any further discussion on that? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Is there any questions? Any comments?
Mark, we just want to wish you the very best. Hope you and your family do well, and thank you for all the time you've put in, and thank you for agreeing to stay on so long.
Liz, I think you're muted.
I can't wait to see how much is accomplished in the next 8 months, knowing that there's all of a sudden like urgency, more urgency. So I want to thank you for everything, and the executive staff and the employees who have worked hard to support the organization and our members. But really, it's been, it's been amazing what's been accomplished, and since you showed up in that, whatever that April day, late April was. So,
April 22nd.
Yeah.
Liz, and I'd echo that as well. I mean, Mark and the staff have accomplished a heck of a lot in a short period of time, and we got a lot to build on. So looking forward to that. Mark, we appreciate the timeline you've given us. It'll help us, carefully select our next candidate. So, anything else?
And have a transition that hopefully is smooth and fruitful.
Okay. Let's move on. We're into discussion action items. Mark, I'll let you take it.
Okay, we provided in the board packet the 2019 990 tax return. It was filed and it's there for the board's review. We actually, I believe, are planning to post it on the website so that in the event that, and Stacy is shaking her head no, so it will be available to any member that would like a copy of it. So they would just need to contact Mountain Parks and we'd be happy to provide them a copy. I will tell you that it's not necessarily exciting reading, but it does have information related to the co-op. Justin. You
You're on
need to
mute,
unmute
Justin.
yourself.
Do we ever post that on a public site eventually, or no?
We have not. I believe it is available. You can go out and get it. It's available if people want to get a copy of it electronically. It's not something we've done in the past. If the board would like, we can look at posting it on the website. You know, what I've seen is that some co-ops, maybe 25–30% of co-ops, do post it, but it's not something that members tend to be very interested in.
Thank you.
We just, in our latest NRECA class, they encourage full transparency and posting it on one's website. I'm not sure. I'm just throwing that out there. If people really want, the people who really want to find it will find it. So
I'd be comfortable with that. It's already out there anyway.
yeah.
Well, then staff will work to identify a place to post it on the website, and then it will be available like our strategic plan and bylaws and those types of things for members should they need something to put them to sleep at night.
Okay, will do.
Any other questions on the 2019 990?
Do we need to?
Carl, did you have anything?
Well, I was confused. I thought we were not gonna post it because it is available, and now Mark says he's going to post it. I'm not, in favor of having it posted, so. Like Liz mentioned, that people that wanna find it are gonna find it, so. I don't think we need to, alarm members or have them stumble on it or whatever, so. I'm not in favor of it.
Steve, did you have?
Do we need to approve putting it on, or is that up to staff? That was my only question. I don't know the formal procedure, whether the board needs to approve putting it on there or that's staff decision.
Well, I mean, we've got some difference of opinion now, so we may. Do we think we need a motion for that, Mark, to do that?
I will look to the board for direction on what they would like to do. As I said, we haven't done it historically. We can do it. It's fairly simple, but I will leave it to the board to give direction to staff as to what they would like to do.
Does anybody else have any comments on that?
For Levi, is board action required to post that?
Legally, no. Board action is not required. I think Mark's request is reasonable to get a direction from the board before he changes what he's done in the past. So whether you need a formal motion for that or not, no, but Mark's asking for direction. So I think a motion would be the easiest way to do that.
Okay.
Just a quick comment. I think this is just part of a sort of a larger discussion we might want to have about values regarding transparency and access of members to records and policies and whatnot. And I think it's a bigger discussion. I sent a link out to various videos that came with this class regarding records. And anyway, just makes you think about all these things. And I'm not sure. While I'm supportive of putting it on the website, I'm also I'd like us to think about this in a more holistic way, and why we're doing it, why we want to do it, or if we want to do it.
Yeah, maybe we can, I mean, I don't wanna kick this down the road, but if there's some further discussion and we wanna think about it, then maybe it's something that we, talk about at the next meeting. Does that sound good to everybody? Okay, let's do that.
We'll put an agenda item on to the next agenda or, posting of co-op documents. And then the board can have a wider discussion, and then we'll give staff direction as we move forward. So we will hold off on posting anything for the time being.
Okay, thank you. You want to move into the budget, Arthur?
Yes, I will turn it over to Stacy to talk about where we are in the process. And then, as I said, we will have a presentation as part of this, and Jessica, I think, is going to provide some information to the board as well related to the 2021 budget.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Actually have the preliminary budget here. Just finishing up a couple more meetings with managers. Just to give you an overview of what I've been doing for the budget, I first update the 10-year forecast. CFC has a nice program that allows me to have 10 years of Form 7 data input and project forward. So been taking that 10 years of Form 7 data and putting it into a budgeting forecast model that they provide. Have done 3 different scenarios. One just is calculated from the prior 10 years, going forward 10 years. One with a conservative look at slower COVID openings, a little bit of impact from COVID, slower growth, and then one that I call more of a realistic impact with rebounding from the large power, small power, COVID lower sales, and then projecting some growth. So looking at those 3 models, have used the realistic model and I use this 10-year budget forecast to project sales and costs. From there, I look at just our overhead O&M costs here at the co-op, which is about $12 million of the budget. Meet with each of the project managers. We go through their budget. And then, prior to that, we spent months. Jessica will be presenting today on the compensation and benefit piece of the budget, which is a large part of that $12 million overhead. So been working on it. I have one more meeting. We're still looking at finalizing the work plan for next year, looking at the total cost for the fiber project. Those are big dollars. I've met with everybody but one manager, and that meeting is going to take place next week. And once that meeting's done, I can finalize that piece of the budget, and then I'll put out a preliminary budget for everybody to review. Any questions for me? The process or? Okay, go ahead.
Joe, I believe you're going to need to make Jessica the host so that she can share her screen, because she has a document that she's going to walk the board through.
I got a question for Stacy.
Carl's got a question for Stacy.
Stacy, these models that you referenced that you're using, where do they come from, and how many other co-ops use them, or can you give me a little history on them?
The history is CFC has quite a few different educational programs. And originally the model stemmed from the RUS USDA projecting model, and CFC took that and updated it and then took it out of Lotus and made it an Excel program. So it's run with pivot tables and macros, and it's pretty complex. I've gone to a couple different classes my first 3 years that I was here to learn how to use it and project and some checks and balances, but CFC and their staff, their education staff, financing and accounting staff specifically for co-ops design it off of that original RUS model.
Have you looked at other models or compared them?
Yes, I looked at Tom's model and he used the Lotus RUS, and I got familiar with that the first 2 years that I was here and was able to compare it with this model. I do some checks and balances on the side as well, just using NASE has a nice system too, which I also use this year, where you can just project you can put in 3%, 2% growth, negative 2% loss. And I just do some checks with that just to see how that budget would look with just a straight growth in sales, 2%, 3%, 4%, loss, 2%, 3%. And then I can do it with the overhead budget. And then keeping same thing with the cost of power.
Stacy,
You're satisfied then that this is adequate for Mountain Parks then, I assume?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I do. And Mark and I talked about the variables that I'm using and the parameters that I use in the budgeting, the growth projection, talk about tri-state power costs, what we know with that in the next few years. So we do that check-in, and then I have another accountant here that I've been bouncing ideas off as well. And then in the CFC biweekly meetings the last month, other co-ops, like you asked, it seems like a majority of them are using this CFC. It's called the Compass Program for 10-year forecasting and budgeting. And we just talk about unusual global things that are affecting co-ops, such as the COVID and loss of sales, and talk about different parameters we use in our budgets.
Thank you.
Stacy, maybe I missed it, but can you give just a quick snippet of where the information that is in this model comes from?
They come from our Form 7. So I have 10 years of Form 7 past history. And it's everything from the income statement off the Form 7 and the balance sheet. And it takes that information in the base model and projects it forward for 10 years. And it actually uses the prior year. So 2019 was our most recent full year. So it takes those 2019 numbers and it goes back 10 years and it looks at the change, not to get too detailed here, with each year. So let's just say over the last 10 years, we've had growth of 2%. It takes 2019 and it projects that 2% growth forward for the next 10 years. Same thing with power costs, overhead budgets, operations, engineering, accounting budgets. Looks at my depreciation schedules are in there. I input all the loans. I have to do that each year and update the amortization schedules. Look at what we think we're going to do for retirement each year, update those numbers, interest income, and then other variables that affect financial performance in the future, I adjust.
Carl.
Not to get,
Stacy, do the other co-ops, you said a lot of them use the CFC model, do they all use the Form 7 or do they create their own form?
Half and half. Some of them use the CFC version of the Form 7, which is similar to the Form 7. So yeah, they all use a basic model of the Form 7 you're talking about versus a GAAP financial statement.
Have you tried the CFC form as a comparison?
No, I haven't. Nope. It's similar, if not, it's not exact. They've added a couple more ratio information. But it looks very very similar to the Form 7. It's just
Okay.
CFC's format that you can upload. I'm able to upload our Form 7 to CFC's website. And
Stacy, with the reset we've been going through in 2020 with COVID, does this allow you that much flexibility? Because there's been quite a change with respect to, you know, purchasing of power and you know, our sales. Does it allow you that much flexibility in that program to put all those variables in?
yeah, I can choose different variables that I use. So for example, for sales growth, there are many different ways that I can choose a program to forecast sales. In my realistic model, I look at average kilowatt hours sold per month times the number of members that we think we're going to have. Let's just take one class with residential. What's that growth going to look like? So I can, you know, forecast 400 new residential members this next year, 300, a loss of 200. So that's the variable in sales that I'm comfortable with, but I can play with about 3 other different variables. You know, I can strictly look at just the past growth as a total. I can look at by revenue class, which is what I'm most comfortable doing, because then I can look at NIC and I have some nice reports, just what happened this last year in 2020. And it seems like we had
So that was my point, is that if they're using 19 as a base year, 2020 has created a step down in a lot of those numbers, and some
Correct.
numbers step up. Can you adjust that baseline, was my point. In other words, if you're using 2019 and we've seen a 10% swing either direction, can you change your baseline so that going forward, you're not just basing it on 2019 and growth? In other words, can you adjust the baseline?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
I mean, I start with 2019 and I can adjust negative. I can look at negative sales. I can look at, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good question.
It's interesting to think about, you know, looking 10 years in the past and sort of having history be a guide, because this is sort of not a normal part of history, although I think people always think things aren't normal part of history. But how have the changes, like the accounting changes that we did, moving when we book the revenue, and like we've made some changes in as far as how we do things. Are those changes then, do those get transferred back 10 years so that, or does that year have like a bump? Like matching the revenue and the power bill and the and those types of things, does that create any bumps for the model, or does it just go back and change it, or does it matter? I mean, maybe that's not a big enough thing.
You know, for sales, that's why I like using the average kilowatt hour sales. And so I feel like I'm picking the variables that are been most consistent with
Right.
what I can track over time and project forward. So, you know, there's some variable with average kilowatt sales in the residential class that could have changed with COVID and might be different going forward. That's a variable I play with, but it's pretty consistent, the growth in the number of residential members over the past. I mean, there were some years it was 100, some years it was 200, but the average growth is what I use. So I feel like with revenue, there are different places in this model. The biggest change with revenue is a lot of this deferred revenue, and that's a different input section, so I can take that out of my base numbers. There's been times in history where we've sold more kilowatt hours in a month than we ever did, but using an average of 10 years, I feel like that was a good base for me to use. Costs have changed. I've changed how I've done accounting, but overall in total, it's spread out amongst the different expense codes, I guess, and different departments. So it's not a big change for this model, unless you're thinking of something specific, Liz. Any other questions? Like them.
I have a quick one. What did you set as your margin? Or what were you looking for? $1 million?
You know, I didn't use margin as a driver. I was using a couple different scenarios. You can put different drivers. I always like to see the operating margins, 900,000 to $1 million. That gives us some wiggle room. You know, as you can see this year, right now, at this point in time, I'm $900,000 to $1 million over what I budgeted because of the power cost factor, but could very well go the other way. So I've always felt that, keeping in line too with what Tom felt, that was a good margin to have. Now we've got some deferred revenue. I'm ending up right now around $700,000 with margin with the way the model panned out. But I usually use like a tier or some bank drivers to make sure that I meet those. Another one, debt service ratio, make sure I'm in line with those. And then I like to project and look, hey, if I want my debt service ratio, meaning we're able to cover our debts 2 times, and I want to make sure they're covered for the next 2-3 years. You know, I can play with the margins. We need skinnier margins to not have rate increases in 2 years, 3 years. Does that answer your question, Justin?
Yep, thank you.
Good
Thanks, Steve.
question.
Jessica, are you ready to go?
I think so. Can you guys see my screen?
We can.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Even though I saw palm trees behind me, I am actually in the office today. So glad to be back. So today I've prepared a presentation with the board and employees in mind. I understand that we have some employees that are tuning into the board meetings, which is great. So I've got some great information for everybody. So we're going to talk about the benefits first, and then we'll talk about the performance management and compensation plan. So what we are presenting today for the medical is what we are anticipating that it will be for company cost. With the new system, it may be slightly different for company cost once we finalize everything, but we will come back and report if there is a difference. So first, we are recommending that we keep the same plan design for 2021. Because we switched plans mid-year in 2020, we will be negotiating once we have additional experience with the new plans for an effective date of July 1st, 2021. So for the first half of the year, we are going to have the same costs as we presented back in March when the new insurance plans were approved. And then come July 1st is when we have that potential increase depending on the plan experience, which is based on the health of our participants. Okay, so we want to budget for an overall 6% increase for 2021 for the medical plan. That's for both company and for employee premiums. That's based on initial numbers from bidding out what we might be able to expect for the July 1st, 2021 renewal. We are recommending that we raise employee premiums now and then keep this premium for the entire year for 2021 rather than adjusting premiums mid-year. The employee rates, which we'll go over in a moment, represent this blending of expected costs and the known costs for the first half of the year. And that's about a 6% increase. So let's take a look at this table. So for 2020, we had budgeted $926,000 with NRECA based on 52 employees. We did have some personnel changes as well as additional positions that led to the actual annualized cost with NRECA increasing. It would have been, we think, about $1,038,000. That's based on 57 employees. So for July 1st, the company annualized cost, we expected that it would be about $715,000. Maximum with the stop loss carrier is $847,000. So that's an 18% to 31% decrease over NRECA premiums, or an annual savings of $191 to $323,000. The expected 6-month savings, so just taking those numbers in half, is from $95.5 to $161.5. So that's what we expect the company will save with these new plans for 2020. So looking at 2021, like I said, we're looking at a 6% increase is what we would like to budget for. That would get us to $758,000 expected, $897,000 maximum. So the savings over an annualized budget with NRECA expected is $280,000 for 2021. Minimum is $141,000. On the other plans, Guardian, our new dental carrier, has come back with a 0% increase. So that will be the same cost for 2021 as it was for 2020. For vision, we are recommending that we budget the same amount that we did for 2020. You can see the vision plan isn't very expensive, but that's going to be a 0% increase to the budget. That is a self-funded plan. So it is possible that it would be a little bit more or a little bit less than that. For the health savings account, the HSA, we're recommending that we keep everything the same, and the numbers will be the same because we do not anticipate any personnel, additional personnel for 2021. So that's $140,000 for the budget. For group life insurance, which we still have with NRECA, their numbers were better than the plans that we bid out for them last year. They have a 5% decrease in the group life insurance. That is a company paid benefit. And then for business travel accident, also no increase, very cheap benefit.
So Jessica, why don't we take a pause there and see if the board has any questions so far on this schedule?
Justin, go ahead.
The dental is not a self-funded plan?
It's a fully funded plan. Okay. Guardian takes the risk. Yep.
Have you looked at rolling, I think originally you looked at potentially rolling that into our new self-funded plan. Is that something that you're investigating again or no?
Not at this time, but now that we have Frank to help us through the process, he will bid out these plans annually. So come July 1st, we'll take another look at the dental.
Okay.
And just so the board knows, our goal is to, as we come up on July 1st, is to put in place a plan that gets us back on a calendar year so that we're not trying to do this mid-year. And we believe that we can, once we get more experience, we'll have, we think, other companies that are interested in bidding on the plan, which should help us keep the cost down. But currently, it's hard to go out because they basically have about a month and a half, 2 months of claims experience. And so it's difficult for them to project out, okay, I want to bid on this for next year for at least 6 or 18 months of coverage when they don't know what we have incurred in cost. And what I will tell you, based on my own experience, that seeing the claims that are filed, the bills that come in from a provider or institution like a hospital, something like that, and the work that ELAP, which is the company that audits all of the bills, does, and then does the explanation of benefits back to them, there is a huge difference between what is originally billed and what we paid. In one instance, what was submitted for a bill was about $11,000. What the provider was actually paid was $700. And the provider accepted the amount that was calculated by ELAP. And so that's part of what's driving the ability for us to save money, is that we've got organizations behind our plan that are doing a lot of work to make sure to hold the providers and facilities accountable for a cost that is reasonable.
Wow, that's a big difference.
Yes, it is. And interestingly, I have seen that on pretty much all of the bills that have been submitted. It's a huge difference. And that's part of, if you recall, when Frank came and presented to the board, that's part of what he talked about is that, for instance, if you look at a CT scan in Colorado, depending on where you get that CT scan, the cost can be anywhere from $500 to $3,000. And it doesn't necessarily cost those facilities any different, but there's nothing that tells them what they can charge. And so that's the piece that ELAP does for us in reviewing bills and making sure that we're not billed for something we shouldn't be billed for, and that the cost is connected to what it actually costs them to provide the service with a profit built into it.
Jessica, kind of a stupid question, but that 6% increase that we're putting in there for 2021 coming in July, that'll be spread over, it really only results in a 3% increase for the end of 2021 because of the last 6 months. Is that correct, or am I crazy?
So the way that we decided on 6% was that when Frank took the plans out to bid, and again, it's not a good time to take them out because we don't have experience with the participants on our plan. So we think the insurers are building in more cost because they just don't know what the cost will be. But the projected increase that came back for July 1st, 2021, with our current stop loss carrier was 12% for July 1st, 2021.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it.
Yes. So what Frank will do in May, probably April, May of 2021, is go out and bid the plan to a dozen different stop loss carriers. Now, with my experience with self-funded plans on the Front Range, it's not uncommon that a stop loss carrier will look at a plan that, let's say, the participants are more unhealthy than the typical population, and they'll still take a chance that you'll have a good year. And that's how they make their money. So we are hopeful that the increase will not actually be 12% come July 1st, because we can go now to another stop loss carrier, which would give us a discount. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other questions on this table? Or anything we talked about so far? Okay. So let's take a look at the employees. Okay. So the employees have already received the benefit of lower premiums. So for employee only, we still have the plan where we do not charge employee premiums for medical, dental, or vision. For employee plus spouse, the premium for 2021, we are recommending it will be $80.56. That is $4.77 more than 2020, second half of 2020 with these new plans. That still represents a savings of $48.79 per paycheck for employee plus spouse participants. And that equates to $1,269 annual savings. For employee plus children, we are recommending $72.37. That is an increase of $4.21 over second half of 2020 premiums. Represents still a $57 savings per paycheck for employee plus children participants over NRECA's premiums. And that equates to a almost $1,500 savings annually. For family, we're recommending $116.32 premium. That is an increase of $7.20, and that represents an annual savings of $340. For dental, the premiums would remain the same, so no increases for any of those. Same for vision. As we talked about on the previous slide, we're not recommending a change to the health savings account distribution. So if employees contribute no money to their health savings account, they still will receive a 50% match on the deductible into their health savings account. So for employee only coverage, that is $1,000. For family coverage, any of the other 3 plans, that's $2,000. If employees contribute 30% of the deductible, so $600 for individual coverage, the company will match $1,400. For any of the plans with dependents, it's $1,200 from the employee, and they will get $2,800 from the company. That money is deposited into their bank account on January 2nd of the year, and then they pay the company back if they choose the company match, the second option, throughout the year. The idea being that the deductible is covered since we have a high deductible plan, so that should an emergency come around in January for an employee, they have money to pay for it. For the long-term disability plan, there is a 5% employee reduction in the premiums. That is a post-tax plan that employees pay. The main reason that employees pay for that plan is because if you pay taxes on your premium for a long-term disability plan, then you do not have to pay taxes should you need the benefit. So if someone were to get injured and need the money, they're not getting taxed on their benefit because they've already paid a tax on their premium. So everyone will see a 5% reduction. I'd say 90% of our employees participate in the long-term disability plan. And then for supplemental life and AD&D, it is a 0% increase. So same rates as 2020. Any questions on that? Yeah.
One thing that I want to focus the board's attention on with the increase. The savings that we're calculating there is compared to 2019, what the employees paid. Even with these increases in the medical, the employees are still saving money over what they paid in 2019. And I think that that is somewhat unheard of currently with employers, that you would go 2 years and you would actually have seen a reduction in your premium for those 2 years. And we believe that as we continue with this program and with competition from providers, that we're going to be able to continue to offer those kinds of savings to employees. And that is a big draw for employees, is what they have to pay for their medical.
Yeah, this is incredible. Great job.
Yeah, Jessica, I want to say, you know, in our strategic plan, one of the things we identified was trying to being the employer of choice in our service territory. I'm curious, from in your assessment, does this help us get there? So I'm concerned about both, you know, I'm concerned about employees. I'm very cognizant that we have members who are watching this who don't have this level of health insurance, and that's unfortunate. I feel like it's important for us to be able to maintain a skilled workforce to provide the service our members expect. And I think that this is one piece of the puzzle. We have to have really good employees, and we have to be the employer of choice. And does this get us there as far as the insurance piece?
I think it does. My experience in talking with other businesses in the county, we definitely offer better medical insurance than the vast majority are able to. And, you know, considering small businesses, these are astronomical costs for a small business to handle. So when you consider other cooperatives in the state, Last year I talked about a lot of benchmarks. And I think that we are competitive. There are other co-ops in the state that do offer lower premiums than what we offer, but there are plenty that offer more. I think we're maybe about 2/3, so we're above average on the medical benefits that we offer. But it also depends on the specific employee and what they're looking for. So yes, I think it gets us closer to being an employer of choice. I think we are an employer of choice, but I think this is definitely a better plan than what we had. Obviously, transitioning to the new plan has been difficult. We're definitely sensitive to everyone's experience with that, and we're helping them through it. But in the long run, this is going to be a lot better for everyone. I really believe that.
And Liz, one of the other benefits that in switching to this self-funded plan versus the NRACA plan is that we were able to eliminate out of network.
Right.
So, employees, even within, say, Granby, they would go to one doctor and it's in network, and go to somebody else and it's out of network. And their costs associated with in network, out of network is significantly different. And what we have seen is that, this plan has worked thus far. As Jessica said, we've had a few bumps in the road, but working with Frank and identifying, those folks and talking directly with them, and also with Middle Park and others, we've been able to, I think, fix all of those issues. And I think that a huge benefit to our employees is that technically nobody's out of network. And so if you want to go to Dr. Smith, you don't have to pay more because Dr. Smith isn't in the network.
Yeah, I think that's a huge huge benefit for folks. I think that's great. So thank you.
Carl?
Jessica, you mentioned that we're in the middle of the pack, or maybe on the other end of co-ops that you've talked to. What are those co-ops that are offering a better plan than we are? Is it a different plan, or are they just taking the payment for the employees out of revenue for electricity?
So generally, yes, they would be taking the revenue and putting it more towards the premiums that employees that we have more of a cost share for. There are also a few co-ops that still have a low deductible plan. Those with NRECA are very costly. I don't know if I could really project what it might cost Mountain Parks to have a plan like that, but it would be a lot more expensive than, the $1 million that we were spending with NRECA. It would be a lot more than that to have a low deductible plan. So that's a greater benefit to the employee, but I think where we are very competitive with these other co-ops is in the health savings match that we do. So adding 70% of the funds to employees' HSAs at the beginning of the year is very competitive, definitely on the higher end for those that have the high deductible plans in Colorado.
Well, I appreciate your work on this, but, I'm a little bit confused, really, because Mountain Parks is paying for all the employees' premiums. They pay nothing, yet we're in the middle of the pack, or slightly above, in our, employee benefits, compared to them. So, that just puts it in my mind that they have a better plan or something. I don't understand that, really.
So there are some cooperatives in Colorado that cover 100% of the family premiums. So our employees pay 15% of the family premium, or employee plus spouse, or employee plus child. we cover 100% of the individual premiums, but they cover 15% if they add a dependent to the plan. That's
So that's-
where there are a few co-ops that cover 100% of all premiums. But then there are also some co-ops that require their employee-only plan participants to pay some of the premium.
But the ones that are paying for the family plan are probably the ones that have a better plan than we do at this moment then. Is that what you're telling me?
Some of them, yeah. It really, really varies. And like I said, you know, when you compare the plans, it's not apples to apples. Not everyone is with NRECA. There are a few co-ops that have taken our approach with a self-funded plan. There will probably be more, which is why NRECA was really concerned when we decided to leave. So whether our plan is better or worse, if you look at the straight out-of-pocket cost that an employee could pay, I would say we're probably about 2/3 of the way up if you put the plans next to each other. But again, if you have a low deductible plan and a high deductible plan, it's not apples to apples that you're comparing. And it does depend on what the employee's medical costs are going to be, obviously. But the potential for out-of-pocket medical costs, I would say we're probably about 2/3 out of the Colorado co-ops with the potential cost for our employees. So we're better than most, but we don't offer the best coverage in Colorado when you consider co-ops.
Jessica, I mean, we're talking about high deductible and low deductible plans, but with the HSA contribution, it seems like really that the cost to the employee, if they contribute their $600, I mean, that could be their total deductible that they have to meet. I mean, essentially that's their deductible. That's what they end up paying if they're an employee only, or if they're a family, it's $1,200. I mean, compared to buying insurance on the open market, that's very low cost deductible.
Very, very low cost. People that are on the insurance marketplace, I mean, it's not uncommon to pay $20,000 if you have a bad year for your medical, considering premiums, deductibles, out-of-pocket maximums.
Right.
So yes, I mean, our plan is much, much better than what you can find on the marketplace.
And Carl, I guess I would respond to your question this way. We're looking here at cost for the most part, cost, deductibles, and what the employee pays. And I think Jessica is right that where we fit related to cost. But the other thing that you have to look at is what the plan actually covers. And I think that our plan is extremely generous in the things that we cover. And going through setting it up, we frequently had conversations with Frank, and he said, you know, well, most plans don't cover this, and you don't have to. And because we wanted to make sure that our employees didn't see any difference, we chose to cover things that some other plans don't. And as pieces have come up along the way, we have taken the approach to be as generous as we can be within the cost structure that we have. And so I think that while co-op in Colorado may have a plan with a lower premium and possibly even a lower deductible, they might not cover all the things that Mountain Parks does for the employee when it comes to types of procedures and prescriptions and that type of thing. I think we're very generous in that aspect of our plan.
And I would add to that if you look at out-of-network versus in-network, a lot of costs that employees are going to experience when they have a procedure that's out-of-network, they won't experience under our plan because it's in-network now. So that is going to be a huge benefit for employees.
Well, and I appreciate that, Mark, and I'm not questioning the plan. I think it is a great plan, but my question was that when Jessica said there's co-ops that have a better plan, I was just trying to understand what they were offering as opposed to ours, but I think we're very generous here, and I applaud you and Jessica for taking us on this route, because I think it's a great plan.
Justin, I thought I saw that Justin had a question, but then didn't ask. Did you have a question, Justin?
No, I mean, it's good to hear from our employees that you're happy seemingly with the plan that you put in place. So I hope the rest of the employees are also appreciative of that.
Other questions? Okay, so that is all that I have for the insurance. Stacy has incorporated these numbers into her budget, and then she'll be talking in more detail about that. I believe today we are looking for, I guess, some direction from the board on the benefits, and then also the performance management and compensation system, so that then in November, we can have that be included into the budget, which you then would hopefully approve in November. Does that sound right, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, so moving on to the new performance management and compensation program. So I'm going to do an overview of the program, and then we'll talk in a little bit more detail. So first, so here, okay. So direct supervisors sat down with each of their direct reports to come up with 3 goals for the year in December 2019, January 2020. So if you remember back, it was in October of 2019 that the new plan was approved. So back in December and January, they created goals to be completed by September of 2020. COVID did make some goals impossible to attain. For example, in-person training courses were canceled. Therefore, we had employees adjust goals mid-year as we went through this process. So that was the April to May session. So there was a check-in session then, each employee with their direct supervisor to review their goals and adjust them if they needed to. Then direct supervisors met with their employees in August and September, so just in the last few months, for performance evaluations and a review of their goals. Based on the outcomes of these items, supervisors then recommended their employees for their 2021 compensation. The basic program around compensation recommendations is as follows. So the performance evaluation has a scale now of 1 to 5. That was new. We did adjust the performance evaluation a little bit to be in line with the strategic planning session, but it is quite similar to the questions that we had in the past on the performance evaluation. So again, the main difference is now that there is a rating of 1 to 5. Before, it was simply met expectations or did not meet expectations. So on the new scale, a 1 is someone that does not meet expectations in that area, and they need to be placed on a performance improvement plan. If you received a 2, you don't meet some expectations of that particular area. A 3, you're fulfilling all your job requirements, so you're doing everything that is expected of you. A 4, you're exceeding all job requirements. And a 5 is very rare. It would be someone that greatly exceeds all their job requirements. They're taking on additional responsibilities consistently. They're setting and achieving additional goals consistently throughout the year. So each supervisor rated their employees on this scale on 12 different areas. And then there's also the goal setting component. So 3 goals is generally what employees set. And it's either you achieved it or you didn't. And the employers reviewed, or sorry, supervisors and reviewed those with their employees and then recommended to us whether they achieved their goals or not. So less than a 3 average on the performance evaluation and did not achieve their goals, generally that person would not be recommended for a compensation increase. If you did get a 3 average on your performance evaluation and you did not achieve your goals, generally that would be a cost of living adjustment. So this is someone that is fulfilling their job requirements, but they're not achieving goals, they're not going above and beyond. If you were to receive at least a 3 average and achieve all your goals, that would generally be 1 step within your job family range. And if you received at least a 4 average, achieved all your goals and set and achieved additional goals, that could be 2 steps within your job family range. That last one is pretty rare, as well as the first one. Generally we have very high performing employees. So most employees were recommended for 1 step increase.
And so for the board, so just so the board understands, the supervisors and then the executives within each area, they make recommendation. Those are then put into a spreadsheet by Jessica, and she and I review them all. If I believe that somebody has either overreached or underreached, then I request that they provide me with additional information before making a decision. And at the end, I'm the person who makes the final decision about where people fit within these particular ranges and whether or not an increase is appropriate, and if so, what increase.
Mark,
Yes.
the second bullet there says cost of living adjustment. I would make the assumption that the next 2 bullets, the step increases, are also in addition to the cost of living adjustment. Is that correct?
No, that is not. If an employee gets a cost of living, which we are going to present to the board at 1.5%, if they get a step, the cost of living is included within the step, because a step is generally more than the cost of living raise or cost of living adjustment, sorry.
Well, how do you separate that? In other words, if a person has steps within their range, all those steps normally get adjusted with the cost of living. Why would it not be included or not it be in addition to? I don't understand the thinking behind that. There's either a cost of living adjustment that people get or there isn't. And normally, when we look at our budget, there's always a cost of living adjustment in there. You're saying that if a person gets a step, they may not get that cost of living, or does the step automatically go up with the cost of living?
Well,
so it's part of it.
Yeah, I think, Dick, you answered your own question, because you said that the ranges are adjusted based on the information we get, the salary information from both for Colorado co-ops as opposed also for national. And so we are moving the ranges based on where we believe they need to be competitive. And that is generally driven primarily by, but not totally by, cost of living. And so the cost of living is built into the range, and that's why the person can receive a cost of living adjustment only, or they can receive a step which includes or incorporates that cost of living within the step.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Mark, you might have mentioned this, but is this evaluation process, is this the same for everybody in the company? I mean, is this the same for executive level as well for your staff?
The
Same.
only one that is excluded from this is me, because the board evaluates me. But the board uses a similar process for me, but everybody other than me in the company, whether they be an executive or a clerk or an apprentice lineman or an intern, they're all under this program.
And
Okay.
I can talk a little bit to the linemen now and how we set it up. So it's basically the same, but there's some nuances here for the linemen. So in discussing the program with the line crews and the superintendents and Rich last year, the sentiment was that the lineman wage should be the same for journeymen. So in trying to fit a performance management component into the same wage, we all sat down and came up with a little different program for them. So their hourly rate is based on paying around the 90th percentile in the state for linemen. And we are recommending the increase for 2021 accordingly, which we will talk about in a little bit. So in order to maintain a program that has a performance element in it, we created a program with 9 different goals for the linemen. So it's a little bit more complicated. There's quite a few moving parts to the linemen's program. So there are 3 goals, department-wide goals for all line crews. So every lineman has these same 3 goals. Then there are 3 per location. So each team came up with 3 goals for their location, 1 for Granby, 1 for Walden, and 1 for Kremling. And then there's 3 individual goals as well for each journeyman. Each goal has a potential bonus tied to it because they are not receiving hourly rate increase based on their performance. The thought is that we keep the lineman rate and recommend the lineman rate to stay in line with being the 90th percentile for the state. And that range moves up accordingly and the rate moves up accordingly each year. And then these pretty in-depth goals are then the performance element that the lineman can then achieve additional compensation with.
So as Jessica explained, it incorporates the spirit of this goal setting. It does it in a different way. If somebody is not achieving their individual goals, that is dealt with as a performance issue, and potentially there's discipline associated with that. The bonus piece is similar to the possibility of steps, and that is tempered by each individual person, depending on how many of those 9 goals that they achieve. So it's possible that we have 3 department goals and we achieve 1. So that adjusts what that bonus piece could be. There could be 3 for the individual office. Granby achieves all, Kremling 2, and Walden 1. So it's going to be different what they would achieve by their particular location. And then with the individual, whether or not they meet their 3 goals, that's going to be. So you could have, we'll just say 10 linemen, and they will all be eligible for a different level of bonus based on the performance at the company level, location level, and individual level.
I may ask a question we want to talk about in executive session, but I'm just curious about the bonus is paid out annually, or is it added as, I mean, I'm guessing it's not in the base compensation.
It is not in the base compensation. It is paid out annually. And that was one of the components that we talked with in the plan with the board. And once we have gotten all that information together, we will bring that to the board for review and approval. the payment, not necessarily the plan, because the board's already approved the plan.
Right, right. I'm curious, like so we will pay out the 2020, and the bonus really is just for the lineman part of it. Everyone else will have this going into their base compensation moving forward.
Yes.
Correct.
And so in 2020, we've set aside some money for base compensation. I mean, for bonuses. 2021, our budget will include the step increases going forward, plus another pot of what we anticipate the bonus package will be in 2021, or how,
Yeah.
an estimate. Okay.
Yes, and we budget based on the fact that the line crews would achieve a large percentage of their requirements. So what we are doing is trying to be as conservative as possible, saying, okay, this is the number, and what we will end up with, I believe, is something less than that, because there are going to be individuals, one that don't achieve, departments that don't achieve, and then we have people that leave before the year is up. And so even if they may have achieved, they won't be eligible for the bonus.
What's the overall percentage increase in wages that you were budgeting for?
So I think Stacy's going to go over that.
Right, and we'll talk about that in executive session, because it is somewhat dependent upon a number of factors which we would prefer not to discuss in open session.
So any other questions on how the program is set up that we've talked about so far? Okay. So again, just the timeline of the program, we went over the first 3 bullet points already. So in November and December of this year, the direct supervisors will be meeting again with their employees to talk about how it went for 2020, as well as what their employees' approved compensation will be for 2021. And then the employees will set their goals for 2021, which will be completed by September 2021. And then we'll go through this whole process again. Okay, so a little information on the job families. So just as a reminder, we talked about this last year. We talked about this at length with employees. The way that we have set up the range is to be from the bottom of the range is the weighted average of our size, so 50 to 99 employees for Colorado cooperatives for that job family. So each job is coded to a specific job code from Employers Council. We get salary data from Employers Council. We put all those job codes into the appropriate job family, and then we take the lowest average, weighted average of our size Colorado co-op, and that is step 1 of that job family range. Top of the range is the 90th percentile for all Colorado co-ops for their particular job family. Each job family has steps. There are 10 to 15 steps depending on the size of the range. And all that data is collected annually from all Colorado co-ops by Employers Council. So each co-op submits their data for every position that they have every year. So this year, we also worked with Employers Council to conduct a pay equity analysis. Job families were evaluated, some were adjusted based on that analysis by Employers Council. Under the analysis, and when I tried to do this with an eye on this new pay equity law last year. The idea is to place similarly situated jobs into the same job family. So the way you do that is you look at the education, experience, and certifications that are required to do that job. And those jobs that have similar education, experience, and certifications are placed in the same job family. Hopefully, with this analysis that we had Employers Council do this year, we won't have to do this again in the near future. So the job families will stay the same for the foreseeable future. Colorado has a relatively active legislature, and so we have seen a number of new employment laws come down since I've been here. So that is possible that there would be an adjustment or something new. And then we might have to look at this again. Additionally, we will do an analysis internally each year, and we will probably have Employers Council do a check on our job families to make sure that they're still compliant, probably every 2 to 3 years. So we will continue to look at this as needed. Any questions on that?
I just want to say, I know this is a tremendous amount of work, but I sure appreciate it. It's the difference between what you've brought, Jessica, is really this level of detail and thought is really appreciated. So thank you. And analysis.
Well, thank you, Liz. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I just wanted to bring up, there is no perfect compensation system, and there are a million ways that you can design compensation systems. What I like about our system is that we started with asking employees what was not working as well in the company with those employee engagement surveys. And one of the things that we found out is that employees were not feeling as empowered as they would like to. And they were frustrated with the lack of accountability for some things. So what I like about the system is that it empowers employees. It also holds us accountable by tying our compensation to our own performance and goal setting. It is designed to require multiple meetings per year to provide employees support that they need in order to achieve their goals and get a positive evaluation. So the idea would be no surprises when you get your evaluation, you know what's coming. It gives supervisors the opportunity to be more involved in their employees' performance management, including the ability to recommend their direct reports compensation, which I think makes sense because they know their employees work the best. Job families are based on objective criteria, like we talked about. Compensation ranges are also based on objective criteria. And the way that we have set it up recognizes the high cost of living in our community by having the low end of the range be equal to the weighted average of our size co-ops. Drawbacks and things that we're still working through. So transitioning to a new performance management compensation system is difficult, and it's going to be confusing in general. This system is very different than our previous system. So we continue to work with employees on the system in general. It does require more time from supervisors than our previous program. And it also requires more time and support from HR to supervisors and employees than the previous program. So any other questions on what we talked about so far?
Jessica, overall, how has this worked out so far?
Overall, I think it's really good. I've gotten a lot of employees saying that they really like the new system. I think that there is a feeling of a wait and see because, you know, we put in place this new system. This is the first time that employees are going to have their compensation tied to their performance, and they don't know yet what their compensation will be for 2021. So I think, you know, they like the system, they like the idea in general, but the question is kind of like, okay, but we got to see how it turns out.
Thank you.
How long do you think, I was going to ask that same question, but then I thought, how many years do you think it'll take to really, really reap some of the benefits of this? I mean, I think we already are, but like, as far as cultural shift and employees understanding it and really helping the workforce become even more top performing, how long do you think it'll take?
I think we are already seeing some benefits, like you said, but at least 2 years to really, you know, have that kind of understanding and the trust in the system, right? You know, they've set additional goals, taken on additional responsibilities. Are they going to see a reward for that? And if they do, then I think, you know, it'll be like, oh, wonderful, this is great for me. And then they're going to want to set additional goals and perform well to receive additional compensation for that. Now, all of this, you know, the pandemic has really complicated things. It's one of those really unforeseeable events. So I think we also need to keep that in mind as a company and all of us in general, all employees.
Jessica, considering we've changed this system quite a bit, what happens if you find that someone is outside their range because of the way we did things in the past? How do we deal with that?
So last year, Mark and I looked at everyone that was below range and created a plan that was included in the budget in order to get them within range. So those are for those of us that were below range. There was actually no one that was beyond the very top of the range. In discussing that with Mark, his goal was to allow employees to still receive steps up to 10% beyond the top of their range. So the way that you do these ranges and the percentiles, it's not perfect, but essentially that would make that employee the top paid employee in that job family in Colorado. So we do have a plan for either side of the range, and we do incorporate that into the budget.
Thank you.
Carl?
Jessica, if you have a situation, and this is totally hypothetical, and I probably shouldn't be asking the question, but if you get a supervisor that has a very low rating, what do you do with the ratings that he gives the people under him?
So like Mark mentioned, we did review all performance evaluations and goals for consistency to make sure that if we do have people that are generally rating their team lower than others, that those employees are then brought into the general system that we talked about. So we would expect that if they met their goals, even if they didn't maybe get as good of a performance rating, that they might still be eligible for a step. So basically what we did is we had additional conversations with those supervisors, got additional feedback, and then determined a appropriate recommendation.
So
Yeah, and
you
I think,
essentially re-rate the employees under their supervision then?
no, I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. What I would say is that that Jessica and I are a check and balance to make sure that you know, somebody is not rating an employee that, you know, down because they know that their performance isn't what it should be, and they know that's how they're going to be rated. So what we do is we have additional conversations with the supervisor to determine whether or not their rating is appropriate. We also, I mean, we're a relatively small organization, so we can see how people perform. And so, you know, yes, we may require adjustment to the way that it's rated, either up or down. But Jessica and I are the check and balance to make sure that everybody is treated fairly within this system, and it's not subjective, but objective.
Jessica, do you have anything further?
So, my recommendation would be to discuss, so we had talked about looking at specific job families, just the ranges within those job families, which I would recommend we do an executive session, and then the pay equity recommendations would also need to be an executive session. And there were a couple other things that have come up recently that I thought the board might want to discuss, but it would need to be an executive session.
Okay, and you're looking for feedback as it pertains to the budget on what you've just presented us, is that correct?
Yeah, so either we could talk about that now if you guys wanted to, but I think Stacy's plan now is to go through her piece. I'm not sure if that's open or executive. And then, as a whole, just try to understand if there are things that we need to adjust and bring back differently for November, then to just let us know that so we can do that.
Okay, so probably after the executive session, we can talk about, we can make comments on what you've presented. But we'll have kind of the full package.
Okay. So then I am done.
Okay.
So
Thank
Stacy,
you. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Stacy, how long do you think your presentation is?
I have, outside of executive session, 5 minutes.
Okay. Jeff, what I would suggest is that we do Stacy's general comments and then perhaps take a 5 or 10 minute break before we get into the remaining items.
Yeah, I was shooting for 10 if we can, so that gets us pretty close. So you're up, Stacy.
Okay. So I have, like Mark said, general comments. I didn't put together a presentation. I was just tagging on to Jessica's presentation. So what I would like from the board today is to go forward with the budget. We have $12 million of overhead. 9 million of that are wages and benefits. So with the compensation program that Jessica has put together, we went through, Jess and I, and put each of the recommendations for what her and Mark came up with into the current budget now. So those are all in my preliminary budget. So I would just like to get approval to move forward, not approval, but I guess just discussion from the board and agreement that I can use what they have come up with for my preliminary budget to present to the board next week in my write-up, and we can talk percentages. I can go through numbers. Now we're in executive session.
Do that in executive session? Is that, okay.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate because it will give the board more freedom to ask what I would say are targeted questions that would be difficult to answer in an open forum.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll move it to that portion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, you want to take a break, Mark?
I think we can, if you want to go to 9:50, I think we can knock out a couple of these additional items, but it's up to you.
Yeah, no, okay. If we're good, let's push a little further here and then we'll take 10.
Okay, Rob, you're up with number 3. Setting the annual date. And remember, Rob, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes, I apologize. Okay, we are unmuted now. So traditionally, This is the board meeting where we asked the board to set the annual meeting date per our policies. So we have to do that at least 6 months in advance of the annual meeting. Historically, we've chosen the Saturday in May. That's the day before Mother's Day. And so that's what I'm proposing. Again, I apologize, I don't have the date up in front of me. I'm going to get it right now. So we're proposing that Saturday, which is May 8th, Saturday, May 8th, 2021, annual meeting in Granby. So that's the date, time, the location at our Granby headquarters here. Understanding that this all may change due to the pandemic. So what we are asking the board to do is adopt that date, Saturday, May 8th in Granby at the headquarters for our annual meeting in 2021.
So moved.
I have a question.
We got a motion by Justin. Do we have a second? Second by Carl. Further discussion, Dick, go ahead.
Yeah. Normally, the annual meeting is after our board meeting. This is going to put it almost a week before. Does that create any problem? That was just a question. Would that create any problem, Rob? Normally, we have our board meeting. It's usually Thursday before. I know every once in a while, I can't remember back where we've had the annual meeting before our May meeting. And I didn't know whether that would create a problem logistically or whatever with, you know, the employees and the setup. So it's just a question, because our May meeting is scheduled for the 13th.
That's a good point, Dick. I don't know that this has happened before. And so I guess usually that board meeting before the annual meeting, I'm out setting up. So my question for the board then is, at that board meeting, 2 days before the annual meeting, are there annual meetings that you, issues that you are discussing that are pertinent to what goes on at the annual meeting Saturday? If there are none, then I personally don't see a problem with it.
Before the board answers that, Rob, I forget, we still planning on doing the vote counting the day before?
So we're doing, yes, that is the plan. So with the third party that would be coming in would be doing that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we're doing it different now. So I have the CREA attorney meeting on May 7th, the day before, and I'm in charge of putting that together. So I would be, I would not be available on May 7th. I could be there for the meeting on the 8th, but to the extent there are any issues on the 7th, I wouldn't be able to address those. Bryson could.
Yeah, I would say that perhaps in order to allow all of our employees, board members, and members to enjoy Mother's Day, that we could move the meeting to the following Saturday, if the board was so inclined.
I think that might be better given Levi's unavailability.
Yeah, and
Bryson wanted to get that CREA.
Can we amend the motion to make it May 15th?
Isn't that Mother's Day? Or the day before?
Mother's Day is the 9th.
Okay.
Well, we do have a motion on the floor, so I think we probably need to vote on that.
Could I clarify one thing, Jeff? In our motion, we also need to list the time. The time we traditionally start is 9:15 in the morning. So date, time, location. So what I hear the board saying is the date is now Saturday, May 15th. Time is 9:15 in the morning, and the location is at the Granby headquarters.
And I think that would be the amendment to the motion.
Can I amend my own motion?
Go ahead.
There we go. Saturday, 9:15, May 15th at the Granby headquarters.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Carl,
so then,
second.
Jeff, we would need to vote on the amendment and then vote on the motion as amended.
Okay, so we need to vote on the amendment.
In favor.
All those in favor? Okay, motion carries. And we need to vote on what now? We thought we were,
Original motion.
the original motion.
The amendment.
Yes, the original motion as amended.
Okay, does everybody understand? So now we need to vote on the original motion as amended.
So
All
this
those
would
in
be
favor?
for the 15th? Okay.
Correct. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, there you have it, Rob.
Just
Okay.
a quick comment. Having been I can't remember if it was the CFC, who was the organization, I have their bylaws. We should really think about some contingency planning on how we're going to handle if we can't have a in-person meeting, and what our bylaws allow us to do and those types of things. And how we can meet our members, how we can be member-friendly, member-centric with an annual meeting if we can't have it in person. So I know May seems like a long time, and hopefully we will no longer have a pandemic, but just in case we do, let's have some plans eventually so we can have a seamless annual meeting.
And the board or the staff will put together some proposals. I'll call them contingency proposals that we will bring to the board in either November or December to allow the board to review them and hopefully approve them.
Thank you.
I'll just give you a quick primer on that, Liz. One of the limitations we have is that not necessarily the annual meeting, but the statutory requirement that you give members the option to vote in person or by mail. We are discussing some revisions to that statute that will hopefully go in, but if not, that makes things difficult.
Drive-in meetings.
Okay.
Or drive-through meetings. We'll just have people drive through. We can do a COVID test and they can vote at the same time.
Yeah, a drive-through voting.
Okay. Unless there are any other questions or comments on that, what we will do is move on to item number 4, which is policy C7, member customer service policy. This is up in the rotation. In your board packet, you have the copy of the policy with the red line versions for the changes that staff is recommending, and staff is also recommending that this be made public once it's approved.
Move to approve C7 and make it public.
We have a motion by Liz and a second by Kristen. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
And I also move to approve C8 with the following correction in section 2, 3, we struck 4 meter reading and replaced it with site visitation, but the 4 should still be in there. Just grammatically, it needs the 4 to stay.
Okay.
So I move to approve it with the addition of the 4.
We have a second?
Second.
Second by Dick. Any further discussion?
I did have a question about tree removal, whether we should put vegetation management in there or just leave it as tree removal. I wasn't really sure about that. Whether tree removal, we could consider vegetation management. I mean, it's sort of a general term.
And I think, Liz, those are records specific to affiliates or contractors. Basically, we have to provide the contact information for them to be able to contact our member if they're going to remove a tree. generally, if we're doing vegetation management, which is, may include trimming the tree and stuff like that, they don't necessarily need to contact the member to be able to get their approval. But if we're going to take a tree out, we do.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
I,
I just,
did the motion include a motion to make this one available to members?
Yes, I believe that it did.
It certainly did.
Justin, did you have a question?
yeah,
Comment?
on my board packet, C7 and C8 are both labeled the same thing, and I don't know if everyone else's is like that. I mean,
Yeah.
they're identical.
If you refresh it, C7 will come up. They inadvertently got, both C8 got loaded into both slots. So if you refresh, you'll see C7.
Okay, I thought I did that, but.
Yeah, no, you had to refresh this morning.
Well, it
I
says
just did
C7,
it.
Liz, but at the top, they both still say,
No,
No, but
No.
if you,
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
you,
have to refresh.
no, that's not what I was.
Yeah.
technology is wonderful when it works.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, correct? Is all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
And Jeff, I think this would be a good place to take a 10-minute break.
Okay, let's take 10, we'll see you back here at 10 after 10.
Did you not have breakfast this morning?
No, I didn't.
No.
Hey, Jeff,
Yes.
Jeff, you may want to mute the spider phone because we can hear.
Yep.
You're on.
Okay, Jeff, it appears we've got everybody but Liz and Justin back.
Okay.
And and it is 10:10, so I don't know if you want to give them a couple more minutes, because the next item is the contract for phase 1 of the fiber project. So.
Yeah, let's wait to see him back up there. Give him a minute. Carl, how was the smoke plumes up there yesterday? Because they looked huge from here today.
They were big, they were flying over.
Yeah.
And then in the evening, the smoke came in from the north, and it looked like a wall of doom.
Really? Did you take pictures of it?
It was just before dark, and so you couldn't have seen anything but white. But it came in, and you could only see 25 feet further.
What are they? How many acres is that now?
About 150 last I heard.
That's gonna surpass Cameron Peak then, or has it?
It's bigger, but it's in 2 states.
No, that's right.
Count.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, gotcha.
Jeff, is Scott back in the boardroom?
Scott is here.
Okay, because of course he's going to be the one who presents. I just wanted to make sure he was there.
Liz, are you there? Justin, are you there? No. There's Liz.
There's Liz.
There's Justin.
Justin.
Okay.
So, item number 6, the fiber backhaul bid results. Scott, do you want to take that?
Okay, drum roll, please. After, I don't know how many years, we're ready to start building. We've talked to the contractor, the low bidder, and their intention is to start spring of next year, and that's due to material delivery. They didn't think that they would be able to build enough of it in 2020, and they'd have to demobilize and remobilize. And so they will start in the spring of next year. Bids seem to have checked out okay, and so we recommend awarding the contract to the low bidder, ADB Companies, for price of $1,757,146.02. It comes out to about $30,800 a mile, and that includes all of the materials as well as the labor.
Where's that company out of, Scott?
They are out of Missouri.
Carl?
Sitting on Tri-State's E&O committee, when we have bids like that come in with that great a span from $1.7 million to 4.3 or whatever that other one is, it raises red flags. What did it raise with you? I mean, there's something wrong there.
Well, being in the contracting business, prior to working at Mountain Parks, there are sometimes companies that either make a mistake or they want to stay on the bidders list with whoever the company is, but they're not interested in the job, and they'll produce a high bid.
So you think that's the case this time? Or?
Well, I'm not sure what the case is this time, but we do have 3 good bids in the low bidder, the 3 lower bidders, and so I'm not concerned.
Okay.
And Scott, can you talk a little bit about the process that Vantage Point did to make sure that the bidder was compliant?
Yeah, they went through and they checked they checked the contract, they checked all the math. They made sure that they filled out all the, in these contracts, there's multiple pages where they have to sign or certify something. So they check and make sure everything is up to snuff. We use the RUS telecom contract. I believe it's 515. I don't remember the number, but it's a different contract than what we're used to, but it's more suited to fiber optic project. And I have to certify to RUS that that contract is acceptable, which it is.
Question about the company. Has anybody done research into their history as far as other projects like this, and have they walked away from some? Are they doing well? And not because of their prices. I've never heard of them. They're not local, and I'm just wondering what type of background.
Vantage Point went through a process to pre-qualify all the contractors to bid on it, and that would have included their ability to get the work done.
Do they take any responsibility, not maybe legally, well, I don't know, if there is a problem with this company, since they reviewed the bid and they reviewed the company? I'm just wondering.
There's a contractor's bond associated with it, and that will take care of in the event the contractor defaults.
Okay, thank you.
What's the, I'm assuming there's a completion date or window set in the contract? Well, I'm curious what that
60 days
is.
after startup.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Scott?
That price was about 32,000 a mile?
30,800.
Okay, great, thank you.
And remember that phase one starts in Winter Park, and so it is a more area that provides more challenges than the phase two, which will be in more open space. So if there are sidewalks, concrete, pavement, so the price is probably going to be slightly higher for phase one per mile than phase two.
Thanks for the clarification.
Carl?
Scott, do you have plans to let out the bid for phase two in case this company was successful for that phase also, so they wouldn't have to remobilize, or is that something that?
I think the plan is that we would go to bid for or we would get started on developing the documents, contracts, the design, getting everything ready to go out to bid for phase two so that we could do all of the work in 1 year, or all of the work next year. In order for them to not demobilize and remobilize, let's assuming they start in 1st of May in 2021, in 60 days, we would have to have that phase one contract out to bid sometime probably April or May of 2021. So that is our intention is to get started on that right away. And I think we still have some Forest Service permits and maybe some BLM stuff that we need to tighten up on it. But that's the intention.
Good. Any other questions for Scott?
Do I move to approve this?
We have a motion by Liz. A second by Mark Volt. Okay, is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Scott. Well done.
Now start two.
Yeah, now we gotta get working on phase two.
Okay,
Mark.
moving on, and I noticed that on the agenda that's posted on the website, their discussion items are numbers, and in the board packet, they're letters. So whether we are talking about number 7 or letter G, it is also associated with letters J, K, and 10 and 11. If you recall at the last board meeting when the board approved the request from East Grand for the filters, the board requested that staff reach out to the other school districts to see if they would have similar requests, which we did. West Grand has responded, and then also reach out to the early development or preschools to see if they had needs, and we did that. So those are items 7, 10, and 11. So we'll take 7 first, is a grant request from the Education Fund from Little Sprout Learning Center, and they are requesting $6,500. In your board packet, there's a kind of a summary of who they are and what they're requesting, and how the money, the $6,500 would be spent.
So in the interest of time and brain damage, if there are no objections, what I would do is move that we approve all 3 of these requests. And I want to make a distinction that those early childhood care providers, preschools, unlike the school district, are not in a district and do not receive tax funds and mill levy funds, all of that stuff. And so they're always, they're very important as far as economic development and providing a place where working parents can have their kids go. And they're important parts of our community. And so while we may look at these expenses and say, well, they only have 53 or 38 kids in these facilities, that's a lot of money. I think they're really important. So rather than go through the brain damage, I just move that we approve these 3 requests, unless there's objections to that approach.
Second.
Yeah, a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on them individually before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? Carl, you're opposed?
Yep.
Motion carries. Thanks, Liz.
Okay, and one point of clarification, because items 10 and 11 did not meet the 10-day notice requirement, the board will be required to ratify those at its November meeting. So we will put those on the agenda for ratification of the decision that was made today.
Okay, thank you.
Item 8 or H is the DOE grant. Kristen had sent out some information, I believe, to the board as well as to staff related to a DOE grant that is available. And we have discussed it internally and wanted to put it on the agenda for the board to discuss it as to, whether or not they wanted to get something or direct staff to go after a certain amount of money under this grant program. And Kristen, I don't know if you have any additional information that you want to add to the discussion before we get into it.
Sure, just a quick refresh. This grant opportunity is coming out of the Building Technologies Office at the U.S. Department of Energy. They have issued kind of an advance notice that this grant is coming. It's called Connected Communities. The goal of it is to demonstrate advanced technologies integrated through a community that can help reduce peak demand, lead to greater resilience, so on and so forth. And some of the example technologies that they had listed that they're interested in seeing applications for included EV chargers combined with time of use rates, heat pumps, demand devices that control water heaters or other heaters. And given that this is all stuff that we have tested out and explored doing, it seemed to me that it could be a pretty nice fit. They're looking for grant applications up to $7 million. I think there's about $42 million expected to be available. And given that these are pretty competitive, the Department of Energy usually starts with just asking people to submit 2-page concept notes. The idea being that DOE wants to save organizations time. It can be quite a lift to develop a full grant application package. So they're going to review concept notes first. In my experience, they usually get a couple of hundred concept notes, and then they whittle it down to a couple dozen that they like, that they encourage to submit full applications. So what I had forwarded was a suggestion that Mountain Parks consider submitting a concept note. And then if DOE encourages it, Mountain Parks could decide whether it wanted to take the time to submit a full grant application. And if DOE doesn't encourage it, well, that's the end of the story.
And thank you, Kristen. What staff has looked at is, Kristen is correct. I mean, a lot of the things that they are talking about are things that we have done as pilot projects or other things. So I think that it is something that is potentially in the wheelhouse for Mountain Parks. And staff would be willing to put together the requirements to get into the first round and see if we can make it past the first round, if the board so desires.
I can't hurt.
Yeah, I can't see a downside risk, so I'd be in favor of that.
Okay, and I don't believe we need a motion, so staff will go ahead and work on putting that together.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Sounds like an interesting opportunity.
Okay, moving on to item 9, the basin designation of the authorized representative, and also letter I in the board packet. You have the memorandum there, and it is to select a representative to the 2020 annual meeting. And I assume that much like the other meetings, it will be done virtually. And it is on November 4th. So,
Isn't this a meeting that Rob always just jumps to attend?
well, Rob does have an affinity for North Dakota, but I don't know if he was really excited about going there in November.
It
But
says this is going to be a virtual.
Yeah, but he'd probably want to go and sit in the parking lot with his computer. So,
Does anybody have any interest in this? Rob, do you think it's important that we have somebody on this, at least to attend the online meeting?
It's not on.
Unmute yourself, Rob.
You got to unmute, Rob.
Rob, stop talking and unmute yourself.
Uh-oh.
You there, Rob? You got to unmute. There you go.
Rob.
Okay, can you hear me? So I'm sorry, I was just talking to Chris about this DOE grant. I missed what you said. Sorry, please go ahead.
Well, we're talking about the basin meeting, and I said that you always jump to be the Mountain Parks representative at the basin meeting. I'm sure you don't want to miss it this year. And Mark mentioned that you might even go in person, even though that it's a virtual meeting, just so you could experience North Dakota in November and take maybe your laptop with you and sit in your car in the parking lot.
Yes, November in Bismarck, it's a flip a coin. You don't know what you're going to get. It could be really bitterly cold, but it's a virtual meeting this year. Is that what you said?
I believe that it is scheduled for a virtual meeting, yes.
Okay.
And we were wondering if it's, I mean, is it important to have a representative attending that meeting?
Yeah.
Second, could you be it?
I could be it. So the reason it has some importance to Mountain Parks Electric is about 10% of our power supply from Tri-State comes from Basin. So they're, if you'll recall, I think it was a year or two ago, they had announced a rate increase, Basin did, which affected Tri-State's rates. And it had to do with their subsidiary company. They had expanded and gotten into making a new byproduct, and the market wasn't what they thought it would be. So I guess, a big picture is if you want to know the details about their finances and why their rates or rate projections are what they are, it's pretty good detail for that reason. But you have to understand, again, it is 1/10 of the cost of the wholesale power supply. So anyway, at the time, I believe Carl passed along a couple of years ago that some of the general information about Basin's finances, and it created some alarm for a lot of co-ops. So that's why I went a couple of years ago, because we wanted to learn more about, well, what's really going on there. And so I think they're still having some challenges there, but I don't believe they've had any other drastic rate increases since that time. So short answer, I'm happy to do whatever you would like.
Are you available on November the 4th, Rob?
November the 4th. That's the day after the election, huh?
Yeah.
I can be.
Okay. I think we would need, Carl?
Well, I can give you some update on what's gonna occur if you'd like. We just had a tri-state meeting.
On Basin? We can do that now if you.
Well, I don't care.
You wanna do it with your report?
I'd just soon do it now.
Okay.
Just had a tri-state meeting yesterday and the day before, and they brought up the Basin meeting. And there will be a Basin bylaw change to have a virtual annual meeting. So I don't know that the meeting is going to be virtual without a vote at the meeting to have a virtual meeting, so not sure of that one, but they want to vote also to enable WAMPA, which is a Wyoming power provider, to become a Class A member. Basin is overcharging us right now for LRS power because of the issue that Rob brought up. Dakota Gas Plant is still losing money, and they're trying to raise more money to dump into deferred revenue so they can keep their books fairly stable over the next period of years. Also, Tri-State is gonna go under some cost saving things, and I'll go into that in my report. But one of them probably will be that Tri-State will not pay the membership fee for all the co-ops anymore. So that's could be on your horizon.
How much is that?
Stacy? You know?
No, I haven't seen that we've paid it, a membership fee for Basin.
No, Tri-State's always paid it, but I don't know, Kristen.
I'm not sure. Nope, I haven't seen that.
We will endeavor to get that information and send it out to the board by email.
Well, it sounds like it might be important to have somebody there, so I think we're gonna need a motion to appoint Rob, if he's available to do that for us.
So moved.
Got a motion by Liz and a second by Mr. Volt. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Rob.
Can I ask just a quick question regarding that membership that Carl noted?
Yeah.
Are all the Tri-State distribution co-ops members of Basin, or is Tri-State the member, or are we all members? And how does that?
Tri-State is a member
How does
and all distribution
exactly?
co-ops
And I
are
don't remember if we have a
members.
version of
They're
board.
different classes of members.
We're like B or something.
I think we're Class C member, and Tri-State is a Class A. I'm not, and don't quote me on that, but yeah, we're all members, but with different classes.
And do we have to be a member?
I can't answer that question either. I think you have to be a member to receive power from Basin, and as was explained a little earlier, that we get a certain percentage of our power from Basin.
But it comes through our tri-state wholesale electric service contract. We don't have a contract with Basin to supply us with power.
No, we don't. No.
Cooperative principles, Liz, voluntary membership. If we don't want to, we don't have to.
Well, I was just curious. I mean, I was like, I'm trying to understand what the structure is legally, but also how the benefits flow and perhaps the liabilities.
I think if Rob goes, maybe he can fill us in when he gets back, and we can then determine whether we want to keep our membership, get a little more detail about what our membership really represents.
Most likely voting.
There is also a position or a place for a secondary. Did you want to vote on that as well in case Rob can't make it?
Does anybody else have any interest? Secondary?
I'll do it just,
Okay.
I know Rob will be available, so, but I'll do it if they want.
Okay.
That we've got it fulfilled.
Perfect. Probably gonna need a quick motion to get Dick in there.
Move to approve
Motion.
Dick as the secondary to be the Basin representative.
Thanks, Liz. We got a motion by Liz and a second by Carl. All those in favor? Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Okay, thanks, Dick.
Give
Okay,
me something to do after morning.
I think that's it for
Tuesday.
discussion action items, isn't it, Mark?
That is, so we will move on to the reports. Scott is up and you have his report. He, I believe, has a few comments and then we'll take any questions.
Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so as I wrote in my report, our staff engineer, Gabe Gomez, is deployed military. He's been extended till sometime, we think early next year, but we really don't exactly know. So we wish him safety and health while he's deployed, but hopefully he'll be back.
Yes.
Our conversion to NISC, the week that I wrote the report, did not go well. We're having problems with computers crashing, and so we are currently trying to sort that out, so we are not live yet, but we hope to be by the time the next board meeting rolls around. The Rome project I mentioned a couple of times in here, we've dealt with some material supply issues. And the reason I bring it up is that eventually you may hear from the developer of the project if they're not satisfied with what we're doing for them. But I believe our crews will be in there starting to pull wire and set equipment in the near future, and hopefully once we get these guys energized, things will smooth out. We've had some challenges with getting materials delivered, and so we're kind of beyond that now. But in the event that we can't make them happy, it's likely that you may hear from them.
This has to do with the height of the vaults.
Well, that's just one
one
of many things with respect to the vaults. We had some supplier problems, and we ended up having to go to a different supplier for the vaults. And so the result of it was they were several months later than when they really needed to be there. But we're working through them, trying to get them energized, trying to get them as close to on schedule as possible. However, very early on in the project, they were calling me complaining about pricing and cost and stuff like that. So, just trying to keep you guys informed when we have a situation with a customer that could potentially escalate.
And I did have the pleasure of talking with the developer a number of times, and he initially was going to come and wanted to address the board, and I said that he could. He just needed to provide us with some notice as to, you know, when he wanted to do it and what he wanted to talk about, so that we could publish it. And he subsequently decided to work with us to try and resolve the challenges. And as Scott said, so far we're making him somewhat happy.
Yeah. When we get done and settle up the job, the final job costs, that may trigger some more complaints, but we'll take those as they come. The level 3 charger in Fraser, operations crews are working on it. They've run into some problems intercepting the conduit to put transformer in, but that project is underway, and Rich can probably report more on it than I can, since it's his crew's working on it, but I think they should be done sometime soon, and then Fraser that can then install their equipment. It's gonna be over by where the Lions Club ponds are. Okay. That's the location. And at that, I'm gonna open it to questions.
Go ahead, Carl.
It seems like, and maybe I'm exaggerating here, but it seems like every month we're having trouble with the conversion to NISD. The longer we delay this issue, the longer it takes to get the data that we need to, you know, to do a cost of service study, et cetera, et cetera. Is the delay on our part? Are we not spending enough time to do this? Is the delay on their part? I mean, what is the real issue here?
Okay, so first of all, this is my first foray into the conversion with NISC, and it is not related at all to the metering data or any of that stuff. Joe is going to report on the meter data later in this meeting, so I'm going to leave it to Joe to answer that, but I believe we have some good data, and so the problem that we're having is completely unrelated to meter data management and meter reads. Ours is the mapping and staking, and so our mapping staking software with Futura that we've historically used is still operational, and we're still able to use it. However, the full interface between the mapping and staking and NISC will not function until we get that particular part of it working. I'm not quite sure the reasoning why we're having computer problems. However, we are not the only co-op. There is another co-op that was going through conversion at the same time, and they're having computers crashing, software taking 10 minutes to open, et cetera, and so they're having similar problems to we are, and we're working on it with NISC. I know this week NISC is going in individually to everybody's machine and checking settings and making changes and doing things. So we're hopeful that in the next week or so that we can get this sorted out, and then we can become fully operational. But it is not related to the meter reads or the meter data management, our situation. Okay.
And Carl, one of the things is when Mountain Parks looked at converting to this system, frequently when a entity converts to a new software system, you will do it all at one time, you take all the pain at one time and you work through the issues and then move forward. Due to timing and some other scheduling issues with NISC and Mountain Parks, we chose to do it in modules. So we did like the finance module, the customer service module, we're doing the engineering module, we've done the operations module, and I think that that has spread out some of the issues that we have incurred as a result of this. The other piece of it is COVID, that NISC is not traveling to be on site during some of these conversions, which they would normally do. They may be on site for 2 or 3 weeks if you're doing the whole thing. Trying to address these problems remotely has not made it any easier. And so I think we're working through the problems, and you're right that you're hearing about issues as we go through, because it's every month or every other month we're doing another module, and because they're not here on site to address the problems and fix them as quickly as possible, it takes a little bit longer to get everything in place and operating in the way that it should.
Thank you for the explanation, and like I said, maybe I'm a little oversensitive to this, but it just seems that I hear about it more than I want to hear about it. And, thanks for the clarification of what the issues are and everything else, and I'm glad to hear that it's not in the meter data management area, and that is progressing like we had hoped, so.
Yeah, and I'm gonna defer to Joe to answer that when the time comes. And software conversions are always, there's always issues that come up, there's always things that that you learn, and things that work, some things that don't work. This thing with the computers is quite honestly a surprise to me. I would think that we would have had that sorted out long before. However, again, having to do this stuff remotely, it does make it a little bit of a challenge.
And Carl, you might
Carl,
be.
I'm in the same pickup with you. I'm tired of hearing it, and I think staff is tired of incurring these issues. But I will say that everybody is stepping up to try and make it as smooth as possible, because as we have implemented the modules, we have seen benefit from them. And I think this is another module that once we get it and it works, and the MapWise piece of it, that helps us to do a lot of things. Hopefully we will get to a point where you'll only hear really good things about NISD.
I was gonna say, Carl, I think that the staff is probably more sick of it than you are.
Just as an aside too, when we went into this conversion, we made sure that we've got a backup plan so that we can continue to produce our work out of engineering. When we converted to ATS almost 15 years ago, we did not have that backup plan, and we did not produce work for like 6 weeks. And so that was not acceptable to me, and so we made sure that we've got a backup plan. We can do things by hand if we have to. Good.
Are there
Anybody
any
else?
other questions for Scott?
Scott, what does Gabe do when he's deployed? Can I ask that?
He is deployed to Naples, Italy, and he is working in project management, I think in some communications facility out there. And I'm not exactly sure what he's doing.
Okay.
But that's what I know. I'm trying to, when he deployed the first time, I had fairly sporadic contact with him. We gave him some things to do to try to keep him current. He took his computer with him. And so when I got word that he was going to be extended, I made an attempt to try to set up a recurring Zoom call with him so that we can keep him on board. And I haven't got that set up as of yet because, again, the communication is kind of sporadic. But I'm making an attempt to do that so that we can give him some work to do, because I have some things that I need for him to do, and I'd like to keep him on and make him part of the team, keep him as part of our team.
Quick
Anything else?
question on the river run meters. Are we seeing revenue from those 60 meters yet?
I'm sure we are. I looked at the river run meters, I don't know, this might even have been a year ago. And I did some looking at what we were getting as far as revenue and how much demand we had out there. I honestly haven't checked for quite some time, but can certainly have an answer for you at the next board meeting.
Yeah, no, I was mostly interested to know, like, we put out 60 meters in Smith Creek Crossing. Are there 60 new residents there, and are those meters active and turned on? So that was more what that question was about, rather than an analysis about the use of the, the total project load.
Yeah, I don't know how many homes out there got sold. I know that there's a handful of people that are living there. Last time I drove through there, but I don't know how many. I believe Smith Creek Crossing is supposed to be 300 homes. And so we've got 60 of them up and running, and I don't know how many more they're gonna get this year before they shut down for winter. But
They are gonna shut down?
I think they're gonna shut down. I think they've learned some lessons from the last few years in there.
Yeah, and Liz, they have sold some of the homes. They also have some of them that they are renting on short and long-term options. And so I think that probably most of the ones that there are meters in the home has been, I'll say, finalized, because they kind of put it together and get everything set up. We are seeing revenue from, but obviously we will install a meter prior to them having everything final in the home. So there may be some of the meters that have been installed that we're not seeing revenue at this time.
One other thing, and it just came to mind, with the tri-state meeting, they brought up that they are expecting, or the Forest Service is expecting, the Mullen Fire and the Cameron Pass Fire to merge. Don't know that it will happen or whatnot, but they explained down there to me that Hayden Archer line that goes across North Park where the substation is, they will cut the power if that happens, and once the fire passes, they will re-energize. Is that something that we need to plan for, or will it affect us at all?
It shouldn't, because that line is part of a loop, and so we still should be getting a feed from Hayden.
Yeah.
So if they cut the power on the Archer side of it, we should still be getting power from Hayden. Now, if there was another fire on the other side of it that affected it, then we could certainly have a problem. But I never say never, especially this year with the fires, but right now there doesn't seem to be any fire activity up in that part of the state.
Well, there is.
Well, there is.
Metal Fork Fire is there. It's right in the middle.
Yeah.
We do have.
Can we feed from Muddy Pass?
No.
Okay.
We do have, we're coordinating, Rich is coordinating with the firefighters. We know that one of the benefits actually of NISC is that with the IVR, the interactive voice response system, that we can do reverse calls to our members. through that system and give them messages. So as we identify areas that have the potential to have power outages as a result of a fire, we can now communicate with those members by giving them a message when, about the possibility. And if the fire incident command says, they're going to do a pre-evacuation, we can send information there. And then we can also do a call to the member to tell them that, they may lose power. And so we're going to start using that technology that we have to be able to keep the members more informed related to potential outages caused by the fires.
Well, the only issue there, Mark, is if they cut that line, then power, and correct me if I'm wrong, to all of North Park will be off. Is that correct?
Well, again, it depends. The line was part of a loop feed, so if they cut it on one side, we'll still have feed in there.
Okay.
But if they cut it on both sides, then, yeah, there's no other option.
Right. So we will coordinate with the incident command as they, as I guess the fire moves, and then notify members and give them as much information as we can, as we have, and then also basically tell them what decisions that others are making is potentially going to do to our ability to provide service to them.
Okay.
Just a quick question on that. It seems like we're going to have to really stay in touch with Tri-State on that too, because the incident command may be down in Larimer. Who knows what'll happen if those two fires merge, but we might not be the top of their list, but I'm guessing they'll be coordinating with Tri-State pretty closely. So we probably have to coordinate with Tri-State pretty closely. I did look at where that Tri-State, that line goes, Carl, up near Jelma, I think. Is that how you say it? You can kind of follow it on Google Maps. The good part about it, a lot of it seemed like it was in a little more open country than forested. But
Well,
maybe I didn't follow it enough.
It's right in the path of the merge if these two fires merge.
Right.
So I mean, right in the path.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Any other questions for Scott? Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Rich?
So, Rich, you are up with operations and safety report.
All right, everybody.
Morning.
Since we were talking about fires, I did a little research on them this morning. Cameron Peak Fire is at 128,000 acres. It's now the third largest in the state of Colorado, Colorado history. The Mullen Fire is at 171,000 acres. And the Middle Fork Fire is at 11,000 acres. And that has pretty much surrounded Jackson County, all three of those fires. The Williams Fork Fire is at 14,000 acres. Of the 7 fires that are in the state right now, 3 of them are contained, and the 4 that are not contained are all bordering our service territory. And now there was a 5th fire that cropped up yesterday. They're not reporting the acreage on it yet. It's considered the Deep Creek Fire, and I don't have a whole lot of information on that. I do know that they had some mandatory evacuations for Spring Creek last night, and they've released that to a voluntary evacuation and allowed those people to go back to their homes. But they said, go home and pack your bags because you may be asked to evacuate again. So yeah, as far as forest fires go for the state of Colorado, we're getting hit pretty good this year. Hopefully we won't have this again next year. So that kind of leads into the next thing I want to talk about is, when we did our survey, our reliability numbers are down. Been getting some complaints on reliability. You see a lot of comments in our survey about people complaining about our reliability. And I think every bit of that has to do with the fire season and the fact that we have a lot of our reclosures on one shot. And I just want to talk a little bit about that. So when we design our system and when engineers design our system, they design it to, really you want to protect that substation transformer first, and you design it for everything to coordinate beyond that. And so when you place a substation breaker on one shot, you basically take that coordination and throw it out the window. So every device that's on that feeder no longer works the way it's supposed to. And so it's going to make the outages more often, more frequent. So what could be a temporary outage where a reclosure would trip and then close back in and then just be a temporary fault, those become permanent outages. It takes our crews considerably longer time to patrol line because, like I said, now instead of just looking at a section of line that a device is looking at, looking at the faults on it, now you have to start looking at all those taps that go off to the side because the fuse isn't coordinate and another reclosure isn't going to coordinate, and we have sectionalizers that don't coordinate. We have all this stuff that doesn't work right. So instead of looking at, say, 4 miles a line, now you have to look at 10 or 15 miles a line, and you have to drive a lot more back roads and things like that. So I think it's a risk we're willing to take. I think it's a risk we have to take in order to prevent the potential of us creating any forest fires, to remove any kind of that incident energy that we might be throwing out there. I guess I'm willing to take some people complaining, maybe our reliability numbers going down, our SAIDI going up. We're doing everything we can to try to eliminate outages. I mean, we do a lot of system hardening. I think our guys do a really good job of when they see a problem, they fix it, patrolling line, getting our right-of-ways cut back, doing everything we can to make sure that the system is as reliable as it can be. But again, if we start changing how the system was designed, it's not going to work right. Anybody have any questions on that?
Well, I just say from a board perspective and a wildfire risk perspective, I've read quite a bit about the Tubbs fire, which was in California last year. The PG&E fire was the one that wiped out Paradise, but the Tubbs fire was up in wine country. And also that article that I sent you about Oregon cooperatives, that was mentioned, Lane Electric was mentioned, whether or not lines were on one shot was mentioned. I don't think we can be too careful. Hundreds of people have died, and companies have faced bankruptcy because of this. And we have a concern for our community. I think we're obligated to do everything we can not to start a fire in our area. That being said, I understand people, especially if they don't have knowledge of our dry conditions, they don't really understand the risks, why they'd be upset with reliability. I think as a board member and I think you and Mark took a class or took a webinar on this, is like, okay, we have a system that's designed to operate one way. In order to protect our community, we need to operate in a different way. Going forward, how do we mitigate the impacts of operating it that way? What's the technology? What's the plan so that we can shrink the time it takes us to get the power back on, but in a safe manner? And so I guess that's our challenge going forward, is figuring out those things. And the last thing I'll say is I did watch an interview with members of the fire camp in Oregon. You started to hear fairly early in Oregon that some of those fires were caused by electric lines. And I was like, well, how did they know? Well, because at the fire camp, about 10 miles away from one of the big fires in Oregon, a line came down on a cyclone fence next to the school and just caused a huge fire, and the firefighters barely escaped. And they were in a place they thought was safe. They lost equipment, they lost personal belongings, they drove the flames. But that fire started because of an electric line problem, and it was high winds. And you know, so I think we can't be too careful.
And I think Liz, based on some of your emails and information you provided, that we did put together something to communicate to members, you know, a little bit about, you know, yes, we know that there may be more outages than what you're used to, but there is a reason why, and we're doing this to protect not only the system, but your homes and other things, so that we're not the reason that there's a fire and that it burns your house down. I think that we'll continue to provide that kind of information and education to the members to make sure that they fully understand. They may not like, but that they fully understand why we make some of the decisions that we make, and that you know, it's in everybody's best interest for us to make sure that we're not the ones that are causing a fire.
Yeah, and I want to make sure that the community knows that the reason why it appears we're having reliability problems isn't because our grid isn't well built, and it isn't because our employees aren't working hard. They're working really hard. They're probably working harder, much harder, because we've gone to this more protective scheme. And it's a choice to protect the community. And that's why you're seeing these effects. It's not because our lines aren't in good shape or our employees aren't doing their jobs.
And I think that it will be the topic of one of my CCL articles that's going to come up. And we're going to talk a little bit about fires and what we as the utility do to try and mitigate those fires, and make sure that we're not the ones causing those fires, and then some of the outcome as a result of it. So.
You asked about meters at River Run, whether or not people were using those. We do have 2 employees that are living in Smith Creek right now. One of our warehouse personnel and our newest lineman that will start, let's see, October 19th. He's going to be living there at Smith Creek. What else was I going to say here? Does anybody have any questions about my report?
Carl?
Rich, I'm getting, because I'm closest to the fire, but I'm getting people asking me that, telling me that we lost 40 poles and we lost 50 poles and we lost this and we lost that. And I don't know if the road to Laramie is still closed with no time in sight for it to reopen, and I know they said a backfire along that highway right where that power line runs to the Wyoming border. Have we been able to get in there and do any kind of an assessment of pole damage or anything?
So I'll talk about the line that's going up Highway 125 to Saratoga first. So we were able to re-energize that on Sunday. Crews got in there Sunday morning, inspected it. They found one pole that had to be replaced. They did that Sunday, and then they had to replace some conductor, and they also did that on Sunday and got it. I just told them, I said, let's just do the bare minimum that you have to get it re-energized. So they took care of that on Sunday. They went back up there yesterday with one of the stakers, and there's about 8 more poles that we need to replace, and probably another half a mile of conductor in different spots. So that takes care of the 125 side. The 127 side, they have not let us in there yet, although Joe Lance was able to jump on one of the county firefighter trucks, I believe it was Tuesday, and he said it looked a whole lot better than what he was expecting, because that's kind of the reports that we got, Carl, is that there was a bunch of stuff on the ground. He said that everything looked good. It was all up in the air. The conductor was all up. there was still a lot of poles that had some pretty good charring and some damage, but from what he indicated, it was not as bad as some of the reports that we've gotten. So wish I had more information for you, but until we can get in there and do an up close inspection of it, I just don't know what the status is of it.
Well, thank you for the update, because like I said, people have been asking me about it, and I've been telling them that I really didn't know, that I didn't think we could get in there to do an assessment yet. So thank you. At least I'll have some information to pass along when they ask me.
Yeah, and as I know more, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Rich, do we have any meters off up there now, or
I'm sorry, say that again?
do we have any meters off up there?
Yeah, so the line from Three-Way to the east up towards the state line by Laramie is still disconnected.
Okay.
How
We
many
have,
people? How many people's that, or how many members? And does that affect that doesn't affect Laramie River? Is Laramie River on?
Laramie River is on. And I don't know how many meters that is. I got to look.
When I looked
Okay.
at meter data management this week, I had 30 that were off up there. I don't know if you have more.
That's probably about right.
Thanks.
I'll go with that.
And that's been about, how long has that been? A week?
Yeah, a week.
Started last. Any other questions for Rich?
Who is Williams? In your report, you say the Walden crew, and then you say Williams.
I know that was the Williams job.
Oh, okay.
I wrote that. This doesn't sound right.
Then who's Jesse Peeler? Is he the CRA inspector?
He is the CRA job training and loss control instructor. I thought I wrote that in there. So I'll jump into the safety report. We're at 415,179 hours since we've had a lost time accident. Guys are still doing real well in that area. We did receive an award. That's not going to show up. I'm holding up a plaque with our no lost time accidents in 2019 award from CRA. We did have a near miss. And so while crews were performing switching on some underground, they had another one of these partial vacuum discharge events happen to them. As you can see in my report, this is not an uncommon thing. It happens, not every time, but it happens. I ran a report. There's over 4,000 elbows on our system, so we would have to replace quite a few of those. I'm not sure what the price of an elbow is, and the labor also to replace them, but it, you know, the guys do a real good job of making sure that they're wearing all their personal protective equipment. And as I reported too, they also used a rubber blanket to try to cover up some ground potentials that they had kind of close to where they were switching, and that still doesn't take that away. It doesn't make it go away. It just kind of removes that ground potential, and it'll still do that discharge. Other than that, that's all I have for the safety report.
Carl?
Rich, the way the description of the near miss, that the fellow was being looked at for skin grafts and kidney failure and all that, that's not lost time?
Carl, that is not the near miss. That was related to the member incident, member contact incident, and we can discuss more about that in executive session.
So it was a member, not an employee?
Not the same incident.
Okay. I guess I'm confused, I'm sorry.
That was the one.
Yeah, that's a completely separate incident.
Yeah.
Are you all done, Rich? Your safety report?
Yes, I am.
Move to approve or move to accept the safety report.
Second,
A motion by Liz and a second by Dick. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Rich.
Okay, Stacy, you are up. You have Stacy's report. I think she has a few comments and then she will be happy to take questions.
So last week, retirement checks went out to all our members. Just a reminder that if somebody was an active member, a credit for $50 and under was applied to their bill, depending on the cycle that they were in. That started with cycle 3 last month and will continue with cycle 1 and 2 this month. It was the total cost of the retirement was $1,690,000. We have a policy where we hold checks under $5 here in the office, and people can request those just monetarily. The cost of sending those out. Some checks are 11 cents, some are 50 cents, some are $1. So we hold those and we post a list out on our website, which is posted right now, that they can claim those if they'd like, or we'll hold them till their amount goes above $5. If it's next year or the following year, it'll accumulate and then they'll get a check once it goes above $5. We had about 3,000 bad addresses that were marked as bad addresses in the past. When checks come back, we mark them. Every check that gets returned with a bad address, we reach out to the last phone number that we have on file here. And usually we get about 30% of them answering. We get a new address, we resend them a check. That list is also posted. All the bad addresses that we did not send out is posted on our website. And then for us, a real exciting ad for NASE this year is all the envelopes. When we sent the checks out, were scanned with a barcoding that when the checks come back, we just slide it through our scanner here. And that barcoding tells our system what checks are being returned. It marks them as a bad address. It voids the check. It gets it ready for reissue. In the past, we had to open the envelope. We would type in that account number. It was a very manual process. So my staff is really excited about this, and hopefully that increases accuracy as well, where we don't enter an account number. So retirement done. A reminder, we did 1993 Tri-State allocated money and 1998 Mountain Parks. Any questions on that? Retirement.
For the millions watching this live stream, where do they go on the website to look at that, to see if they're on that list? Do you know? Or could Rob tell us?
I looked it up. Rob, do you have it at the top? I'll pull it up again. It's under let's see. I looked, it's there right now. So
Okay, there it is.
Okay.
So Liz, how would it be most convenient for me to get it to you? You want me to email
Well,
you?
I'm just curious. No,
Are you
I'm
on our
just curious.
website?
Maybe I'm on the website
Okay,
right now.
so if you're on
and
our
I'm-
website, I can walk you through this. On the top horizontal tab, there is My Account tab.
Okay.
Under My Account, you've got the capital credits in the drop down.
Okay, so people just need to go to their My Account, the My Account tab on the Mountain Parks website to find, and then click on capital credits.
Correct. Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Yep.
So thank you, Liz, for all the viewers watching. They now have that information, and for the viewers that will watch, because this is being recorded and it will be available for members to watch.
Correct. Great. We want to get those checks to the members and in their hands. So yeah, please check that list on the website. The second thing I wanted to talk about was we have the cycle change happening this week. So we will now have 2 cycles instead of 3, and we will now have one read date 1st to the 1st. So starting on the 10th, which is Monday, we'll have cycle 1, and then on the 20th, cycle 2. On the 10th, we'll have about 18,000 bills that will be generated, and the remainder 3,300 on the 20th. So we're excited about that. That's going to create a lot of efficiencies for us. It's going to create a lot of consistency in data for me and for financials, and also be able to take some steps to looking at reliability with TUNET feeding to meter data management, feeding to NISC. So I'm really excited about that. We are anticipating calls, even though we did over communicate this change. So people might be getting their bills earlier than they thought. They might see different read dates on the bills, but we're ready for those calls. Any questions on that?
Just a quick question. I think you're gonna, depending on how this overlaps with the Fraser franchise fee, how are we gonna handle I would think we would get some calls on that as well.
Yeah, the franchise.
We expect to, although the Fraser fee for most people is going to be relatively small. We expect that most people won't notice it or won't notice it for a while. We did not plan to, publicize it more so, I guess, for the benefit of Fraser, so that they didn't get a lot of calls. Somebody saying, "Why are you charging me $2?" But we are prepared for those calls to make sure that we explain the process, and that I believe, and Rob, you can spot me on this, my October, or was it September or October CCL column, it actually talked about our bill and the components of the bill. And one of the components was, of course, the franchise fee. And we explained that all we are is a conduit. We collect the money and then we pass it on to the town.
That's correct. It was September, and you are absolutely right. There's a section in there explaining the franchise fee and our connection to it.
And obviously not just for Fraser, because we do have other towns that collect franchise fees. So we listed the towns and we listed the percentage that they collect. Most are 2, but I want to say that hot sulfur is 3.
Exactly right.
Good guess.
Okay, great. The third thing I wanted to talk about, electrify everything. We did have one loan that has gone all the way through the process. So again, really excited about NISC because they have an on-bill financing component. What that allows us to do is for each and every member, we were able to set up a loan amortization schedule. And with that loan amortization schedule, there are 12 payments throughout the year that they'll be repaying us back. And one component of that payment is a principal and an interest payment. And that gets added with NISC functionality automatically to their bill. We have the ability to, if for some reason a member were to sell their house or something were to change with the membership, a son, daughter, renter, we have the capability to transfer that loan where it is in the amortization schedule over and continue the contiguity of the on-bill financing. So that's really exciting. That would be a lot of administrative work with the upcoming possible, 30 to 50 electrify everything loans that we have coming about, and doing these payments every single month. So that's really exciting. That went well. It got billed with their statement. It looks nice. It does separate out principal and interest, and moving forward with that. And it's good. All set up.
And for clarification for the board and anybody watching, it wasn't a loan. It was financial assistance that we provided to the member and that they are paying back through a tariff. We, as Mountain Parks, have a loan from the federal government to fund this financial assistance program.
Correct. Thanks for that.
Stacy, if someone sells their house, how does that work? Could they pay it off? Or, depending upon the sale document, somebody may not want to accept that. It may be part of the sale. Do we have the ability to collect that at that point if necessary?
Yes, there is no prepayment penalty. They can pay it at any time, even if they don't sell their house. if the agreement is written in such a way that they have to disclose to any buyer that this is part of their electric tariff, and the charge stays with the meter for the house, condo, or whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Okay, another thing that we had implemented, actually last week too, we had our first person sign up for prepaid metering. And we have 3 more that we're looking to add. So that'll be a total of 4. Right now, the 3 other interested members did not have a remote disconnect meter. So we're looking at changing those meters out and adding them to the program. So by the end of the month, we'll have 4. We wanted to get a few people started and making sure the program was running. We had 1 person on it, and it's operating well. So we're ready to start promoting this and excited about having another tool to offer to our members with prepaid metering.
And Stacy and her staff have done incredible work on this, as well as coordinating with some of the other departments. And I believe that some of her staff even were in the beta group to test to make sure that it actually did in fact work.
They were. 3 of us were. Yep.
Stacy, just a general question on your summary of your financials. We had a consulting fee that you expensed. Can that consulting fee be capitalized?
No, it cannot.
Okay.
Yeah.
That answers the question. Thank you.
Any other questions about my report? I wanted to go into some discussion on meter data management, just talk a little bit about quickly the graphs that I put in here. Okay. So the graphs that were included, I had put a little bit about the meter data management journey. How last August we had a direct feed from our AMI meters and the TuneNet software to ATS. In August, that was broke. That feed was because we had a conversion, and we went TuneNet to meter data management to NISC. The thought behind a meter data management system from a billing standpoint only, there are many other uses, and I know that Rich and Scott and Joe use and look at meter data management daily, weekly, monthly. From my perspective, the meter data management system and what I was originally told and what is true with meter data management system is that it validates, it estimates, and it edits the interval data that we get from our meters. So it validates these meter reads. It can help us with peak and determine usage periods. And then the ultimate goal for me is that it will minimize billing errors. So when we converted to NISC, of course, there's a large learning curve. And there were a couple of things in the mix. We changed a lot of our business processes, such as we decided to be PCI compliant as we needed to be, and we stopped storing credit cards, and we had to change with credit cards, and we had some business process changes. So along the way, we created a new and inserted a new software that we didn't have in the past. And when I took over the billing department officially in November, when the billing manager left, I started to see some validation and wrong estimating occurring. And we turned off the meter data management, I'll say turned off the meter data management piece of it, and took a few months to figure out what was happening. What was happening was we needed to be a little bit better in understanding how this estimating was occurring. And we needed to be a little bit better in understanding. Now we had another tool to see different potential problems in AMI metering data coming in, and there were some communication issues. And I put in my board report, and Rich had mentioned a few months ago, because of some of this discovery that we, had been a little bit reactive with our AMI metering system, communications, and we were going to start being more proactive. So that statement came from us really starting to understand how important for me, in metering, it is to get valid data, valid reads, valid intervals coming through the system. So the last 4 months, coming into a billing system that is not working quite right and being a little reactive myself and my staff being reactive. I think to answer Carl's question earlier, that sometimes when things go smooth and everything's fine is great. It operates. When there's problems and you have to dig in and really understand how things work and why there are problems, I would say in the last 6 to 8 months, I've learned a lot. I learned a lot more than if I would have come in and things were just working great. So that's a positive. In that learning, there's things that we could do better. There's holes. So I put in my board report, I use meter data management. We are looking at it. We just started doing this the last month daily. So after the meter data management journey slide, I just showed you kind of a picture of what my staff is looking at, which is the dashboard. And it's just a snapshot and it's small, and I apologize for that. We'll get better at printing these reports out. But for now, this is the best I could do. And it's just showing what we're looking at, like problems that are arising daily that we're very reactive to. Missing intervals, consecutive zeros, missing data. And then the graphs attached, you don't need to look at the days or the headers, but these are interval data that are missing. So there's just a graph and then nothing, and then a graph and then nothing. So Scott and Joe and I have been meeting bi-weekly for a couple months. I've been talking to Rich for a few months, and we're like, how can we get this meter data management interval data better? And in my mind, being the accountant and the billing person, I want it perfect. I want the data scrubbed, validated, estimated, and I don't want holes in the data, because initially I was told and led to believe, and still do believe, but not there yet, that I wouldn't see holes in the data. It would be cleaned and scrubbed and perfect by the time it came over to billing. So taking a step backwards and looking at the whole process, there's a bunch of pieces that have been happening in the background for the last 6 months that we've been dealing with and trying to get better on. A big piece is just how to handle the collection data. How do we get TUNET to report better? How do we get our meters to consistently report better? How do we get good information in meter data management, that when our meters start going back and backfilling, it pushes the meter data management and fills in some of those holes, and then moving forward. So we are actively working on these issues. When I look forward, and I said last month, it's going to take me 2 years till I feel confident in this data. Once I start getting data where there aren't holes and there aren't missing items in the graph, I can really rely on it to do some good estimating. And we're getting there, and we're not there yet. And then once I have a year of good data, I can start relying on that to estimate going forward. The best way, because of the nature of our co-op, estimating is doing a comparison of a month to month in the prior year and not going back the last 3 months doing an average. So just wanted to give you a little summary of that. Any questions?
I like Jessica, this is a tremendous amount of work for you guys. I think that you're wanting the perfect data, and perfect billing is something that as a board, we probably all agree with. And I just appreciate how much you guys have learned and suffered during this transition. And I sure hope in 2 years from now down the road, we can all look back and say, what a benefit, all this pain. So thank you.
Well, and I think that as Stacy talked about, they have been meeting, we have got some plans to where that what we're going to see is incremental changes to the data and better collection of data, to where that it's not, we work on the problem, 2 years from now it's fixed. It's every month we're going to get better and better, to where that we will hopefully at some point reach that perfection that Stacy is in search of. Of course, you can't ever really reach perfection, but Stacy's still striving for it.
Correct. Well said, Mark. Thanks. Any other questions on my report? Thanks.
Okay, we will move on to Joe. You have his report. I think he has a few comments and then be happy to take questions.
So I guess I'd start with the questions on the written report, if there's anything there. If not, I will go into some of the data that I did put together from meter data management. And we can talk through that, explain what we did, why we did it, what's there, what's not there. All right.
Joe, why don't you go ahead and go into your additional information.
Okay. So, I think everybody should be able to see this. Whoops, that was the wrong one. You can see my screen now. So first of all, what we had to do, I started this project after last board meeting, with trying to determine various rate groups or rate classes, rate schedules, contribution to the coincidental peak that that's on our tri-state bill every month. And when I first started down this, I tried to do it by rate schedule. When I did that, there's, I don't know, 20 or 25 rate schedules. Maybe not quite that many, but several. And this graph was really hard to decipher. So then we went back and I regrouped and looked at it from revenue class. And the benefit of revenue class is we've got 5 or 6 here, and it matches up with the Form 7. It's just, I think it's just a cleaner way to present the data to you. If there's something different, let me know what you want to do and we can dice it a different way. But so I ran an aggregation on the data that we had, and like Stacy said, the data, there are holes in data, but after looking at it a couple of different ways, I feel that the holes in the data are pretty spread across all the groups. I would not hang my hat on these exact numbers up here, but as a percentage of our usage or of the peak, I think it's a pretty good representation of the various classes contribution as a percentage number. So I ran this for several months. I didn't know specifically what we were looking for or what the board was looking for. This particular spreadsheet right here shows February, March, and April of 2020. I have July and August. Don't have September yet because we don't even have the coincidental date and time from Tri-State yet, but I can provide that one as it comes. But this is the presentation as I've been able to put it together right now. Does anyone have a question on this? Does it make sense to them? We'll qualify the names. I'll clean those up a little bit. But the blue here is the residential as Form 7. This is large power less than 1,000 kVA. This is large power more than 1,000. This right here is the supply to carbon power and light. And then this is the commercial class as we have it listed on our Form 7.
So as we look at this, is this, because it says revenue class, is this actually the proportion of our coincident peak with the tri-state peak period?
Yes.
Okay.
The peak occurred at 60 in February 2020. It was on 2/15, February 15th at the
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock to 6:30. And this is the breakdown of who used what in that 30-minute interval. And In the winter months, the residential class uses substantially more than 50%. In the summer months, it gets closer. The warmer months, it seems to get closer. I think we were a little surprised by that, but we look at July. Well, it's not too much closer in July. August, yeah, August is the closest month that I could, that we found so far. I tried to go back, I tried to go back to December 19, 2019. But the data, because ABS went live in December 2019, the revenue classes weren't applied to the data yet. I have an open conversation with some folks at NISC to see if I can apply the data, the revenue classes to the data. In 2019, when we went live, I don't have a definitive answer yet. Just to see what the snowmaking load and some of those other really large loads, how it would change this mix. But to date, I couldn't do it this way for 2019 yet. The first month I have data available is January. It was the first full month where we were live on the NISC ABS package. And I can provide these graphs, obviously. I just was tweaking them up until yesterday, and trying to validate a bunch of stuff as well. So they didn't make it in the board packet, but we can either upload them to call to order as another update, or share them however.
Thank you, Joe and Stacy. This is extremely helpful. Really appreciate you responding to this. So just to clarify, if we take for each of these months the tri-state demand charges and then multiply them by the percentage, we can get an approximation of how much each revenue class is costing Mountain Parks Electric in demand charges. Would you say that's accurate?
Yes.
I would, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it as well. It gives us a little more insight. And I mean, there's a little bit of a discrepancy between the number, the tri-state power bill and the total that we're showing. Is that because some of the classes, we haven't captured all our classes, or we have data holes or line loss, or we just don't know?
Look,
I mean, it's not that much, but.
Yeah, we believe that the primary piece of that is line loss. And because obviously Tri-State says, we sold you this much power, and then we sold that power to somebody else, but somewhere along the line, the power disappeared. And looking at these numbers, talking about it this last week, what we have determined is that the differential is pretty consistent with line loss. There obviously could be some of those other pieces that are in there, but the differential it's consistent with what we would expect to see for line loss.
Okay, thank you.
It is. There's a few other small components, I guess you could call it line loss, but like Mountain Parks facilities aren't captured by these groups either.
Yep.
But if you call that line loss, then it's line loss.
We would call that station use.
Yeah.
Joe, so you can get these on our iPads?
Yeah, what I'll do then is I'll generate, these are living live Excel documents right now, Excel spreadsheets, and you can't put an Excel spreadsheet directly into call to order. So I'll generate PDFs of each of these. I've done, like I said, I think I've done 6 months total. I'll upload those to your call to order here probably before the meeting's done, and you'll have to just refresh, and then they'll come down as additional pages to my report.
And it, this kind of information is really useful too, as we think about that DOE grant, if we want to go that way. It gives us an idea of where the opportunities are as far as the classes of revenue.
If there's another way you'd like to see the data, please let me know. Because like I said, we have a lot of options. Now, NISC's meter data management doesn't have a really great, robust report engine built in. It is an active part of their development, and it's receiving a lot of priority within NISC. But they let you export it, so you have to, put it into Excel or some other reporting tool to generate this kind of stuff. But if you can come up with a way to how you want to see the data or how you want to aggregate the data, you can generally get it out in a way that's meaningful.
Got anything else, Joe?
Nope, that's all.
Any questions for
Okay.
Joe? Move on.
Jessica, you're up.
Okay.
Hang on, I gotta stop sharing my screen. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
So the only comment, actually, question I guess that I had was in reading through emails, I am a little behind at times. Is our office open to the public right now or not?
It is
still
not.
Okay.
And based on the recent issues within Grand County with a positive COVID test, I don't anticipate that we will open the lobbies up as we thought we would until probably the first of next year. I think the board is aware, and maybe not, that we did have an employee come in contact with somebody who had a positive test. That person has been quarantined. All of the employees that employee has gone through 2 tests now. The first one has come back negative. We expect the results on the second one soon. There were 2 other employees that were in close extended contact with that employee. They both had tests, and those were both negative. So we had paused opening the lobbies as a result of those tests because they kind of came up at the last minute. And, with the other challenges that Grand County Health is reporting, we are taking what I think is a very conservative and probably best case scenario for our employees and our ability to continue to provide service, that we will not open the lobbies as we had anticipated until the first of next year.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mark and I had also discussed, in light of some of the recent developments he's talking about with positive cases in the county, that we're going to send an email to employees, just reminders about what the company is going to do if we were to go to, I think they call it a phase 4 in the county, what the personnel policies are going to be at that time, what to do if you come in contact with someone, what to do if you're exhibiting symptoms. This is information that employees have received in the past, but we're going to do another reminder, I think, here probably, well, hopefully next week. So that's coming. So disregard what I had put in my report about. I think that's all I had, unless there are questions on my report. Okay.
Looks like you're off the hook. Thank you.
So Rob, you are up and you're already off mute, so you're good to go.
I'm all over it. So probably the most important news to at least 4 people in our membership is yesterday the North Park beef was delivered. So all of the 8 quarters of beef from our virtual town hall have been delivered. Everybody's happy. And so that was done. Actually, this year, North Park received their meat from Montrose. So they didn't have any challenges in delivering the beef that they would have if they had been coming from Wyoming. A couple of updated numbers for you. Our optional time of use rate is now up to 49 people signed up for it and enrolled. And actually, one of our members that we saw at our National Drive Electric event at Lionhead Coffee in Granby came talk to us about the car, but was very excited about the rate and having signed up for it. And never in my life have I seen people so excited about a rate as this man was, but he was excited about our rate. So that's good news. A couple of updated numbers on our Electrify Everything. We now have 12 signed contracts. And so the only change, I had 11 in my report, is we have another solar. We do expect quite a few more solar projects in the very near future. We're up to 53 people that have applied for the program. So we continue to advertise it. As Liz and Kristen were both at the Drive Electric event at Sharky's last Thursday. And so they saw our Tesla, if they hadn't seen it before. And it's just a talking piece, whether or not we have an event with that Electrify Everything logo on the side. If you're out driving it, people will just come up and talk to you about it. So that's really, really good. And as a result of that event at Sharky's, actually, and one of the members asking questions about it, he also enrolled in the Electrify Everything programs. I think that's all going very well. We will continue to advertise it. And hopefully we just continue to get more and more people that are interested in the program. And I know a lot of the board members, I hear occasionally one of the people will call us and say, we talked to our board member and they told us we should check into this. So appreciate you guys all spreading the word. And most of you, if not all of you, have your Electrify Everything face mask. If you don't, we can get you one. Just let us know. So we have those. We have the yard signs out front. We had brought some yard signs along to the National Drive Electric events as well. So those are all another piece of our advertising plan. So that's the updates I had in addition to my written report. Last thing I should probably say about it, and I think Mark alluded to it, Rich, a little bit. We saw reflected in our quarterly online survey some dissatisfaction that we think was highly correlated with setting our distribution grid to the one-shot settings instead of the three-shot settings to improve our fire mitigation. And so Mark mentioned we've addressed that a little bit with an announcement to the local media, also on our website and social media platforms, and in an upcoming CCL article, which I'm guessing will be December. We'll elaborate on that a little bit more. So I think that explains, if you'll notice some of a few more negative comments, they seem to be related to outages, and that is the reason why. So we realize as a result of that, we need to do some more communication. So with that, I will open it up for questions that you might have.
Was the member who decided to sign up the commercial EV charger we saw on there?
No, it was a residential person. Yeah, actually.
And Rob did confirm for me, so Rob and Dick will not be ride sharing up to the Bismarck meeting. It is virtual, so they don't get to go and attend the meeting in person.
Thanks, Rob.
You're welcome.
Looks like we're to the dreaded bills for payment. Any questions on the bills for payment? Everybody look at them? Yep. No questions? Okay, moving on. I think, Mark, maybe we get their open board forum and associated reports and then maybe take another break.
I would suggest if you are amenable to that we get through the Mountain Park Services meeting, we take a break, and then we will cut off the live feed and go into executive session after the break.
That sounds like a better plan. Perfect. Okay, open board forum and associated board reports. Liz, do you have anything?
I just want to touch base with you about sharing some of the lessons from that ethics and governance class at the November-December board meeting.
Okay. That's the email that you sent out?
Yeah, you know, you can watch that video anytime. It definitely spurs some questions for me. But, you know, the class was much deeper than that. Those were the 3 scary videos. The rest of it was it's just more in depth. I learned a ton from the class, and it's always good to have that interaction with other board members from around the state. One very interesting thing was, you know, a discussion about whether or not co-ops chose to do the Paycheck Protection Program, and the types of discussions and how that fit into the co-op's values and ethics and decision-making, sort of how they make decisions and what lens they look through. And I thought that was an interesting part of the class I didn't expect.
Okay, good, thanks, we'll take a look at it. Dick, do you?
Western United, we have our meeting tomorrow, so I'll give an update the next meeting. But I had a question that is coming back to me, and I was asking Jeff before our meeting. When we do virtual meetings, like yesterday, I was online for an hour and 15 minutes with NRECA about the upcoming program next week for Region 7. Next week, I have a virtual meeting on Monday. I have a virtual meeting on Thursday. And my question is, I know that we've decided for our board, virtual attendance is part of your per diem or compensation. It's never been brought up how we handle virtual meetings with other organizations. You know, you're on for an hour and a half. Where does that fall? Do you add it up and figure it's a per diem for a day? Do you add it up for a half a day? So I thought I'd want to bring this out so that both myself and anybody else that's doing this knows how to either put it on their expense report or not. So,
Are you suggesting we draft a policy or amend our policy to address these issues, Dick?
I think we should, so there's nothing in the future that creates a problem. This is it. In other words, I don't like waiting till something happens and then setting a policy. But with all the virtual stuff going on, people that are going to be attending meetings virtually or classes, how does that going to work? So I thought, yes, we should, and maybe we have to put it on our agenda for discussion next week, but I just thought I'd throw that out because it's something that's coming up with what I've been assigned to do, and I didn't know how the board felt about this.
Yeah, I would appreciate having that policy, you know, being clear. It would just make my job easier if, like, you know, we had a policy that could go straight to for that. Is that?
We'll add that policy to the agenda in November, and we'll work with Levi to make sure that with whatever we come up with, it is appropriate. And then the board can review the policy and make any changes to it that they would like to.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Carl, you got anything?
Yeah, I do. I wanted to start off with a compliment to Mark about your article in CCL this month. I mean, in my mind, it was one of your better ones, and it was right to the point, so very good. Had a tri-state meeting Tuesday and Wednesday. I told you about the basin stuff, the partial requirement contract policy 123 and 124 passed the board. Mark talked about the FERC settlement proposal in the meeting. COVID is still at high level at Tri-State. It's supposed to expire November 3rd, but they're not positive it will. Tri-State has committed to put solar facilities, generation facilities at Craig and Escalante for community help. They're also doing an indoor farming at Craig High School, sponsoring that along with EPRI. They're still looking at a solar subsidiary. There's going to be a special membership meeting probably in December to decide whether a partial requirements member has a board seat. They're also going to bring forward a proposal. When the J.M. Schaefer plant was bought, it was bought under 3 different subsidiaries of Tri-State, and I can't tell you the reason why that is, but they want to merge all of that into Tri-State solely, and it takes a change in the bylaws, I guess, to do that. Language for this will be out to member co-ops 30 days before the meeting, and the meeting is tentatively scheduled for December 8th at 10 o'clock. So 30 days before that, we should get the language for the changes. The board passed a resolution to reduce power costs below $70 a megawatt hour starting in 2021, and do it on a progressive schedule, meeting a deadline in 2023. Budget approval, we approved the budget. Capital expenditures was $178 million. Operating expenses, $1.9 billion. Long-term financial forecast will come in November. One thing that Brad brought out, that the NRC, National, I guess, Regulatory, it's Nuclear Regulatory Commission, approved a modular nuclear reactor, 50 megawatts, to go into Utah to be in service in 2029 and 30. They expect to ramp that up to around 800 megawatt service eventually, if it all works, I guess. We went through the cost reduction plan. They're targeting to be down by 2023 to roughly $67.30 a megawatt hour. The cost reduction issues that have to be approved, and I don't know if Mark was on the members' call, but Policy 119 that was just instituted, community solar, may be eliminated. A lot of the education programs, the defined benefit programs for new employees, and possibly the closing of the Rifle gas plant. That's all I have.
Quite a bit.
Carl, I guess I have a question. What is the cost reduction associated with Policy 119? There's no cost for Tri-State related to the community solar, so I'm just curious if they said why that there would be any cost savings associated with eliminating 119.
I can't answer the question. These issues were just brought up as possible. They didn't explore it. They had a member CEO meeting, and only 7 CEOs replied. So I can't answer the question that that Policy 119 is going to save them a lot of money, but I assume there's a subsidy involved, so that is figured in. But I really can't answer your question until that is brought up, to the whole board as the reasons in the package. But
okay.
Like I said, there's a member meeting next week, a member CEO meeting. So you might want to attend that one and find out find out there.
Yeah, I believe it's on the 13th and 14th. I've got it, or 13th or 14th. I have it on my calendar. One
Yeah.
additional thing that I would share is that the member systems have identified representatives to a technical advisory committee that they are member CEOs that are going to be for each group. It's a group of utilities, and so there will not be 43 technical advisors. But we have for our area, and I want to say there are 9 of the co-ops within our group, and we have 2 representatives. And we went through a voting process to nominate people and then to vote on them, and it took several rounds to get to the point where we had our 2. But we have identified the 2 that will represent our group. One is Brad from San Miguel, and I believe the other is Alan from, I think it's not Yampa Valley, White River, or so this group will be working with Dwayne to provide technical advice on maybe some issues that staff are putting together in order to be able to help advise the board on issues that might come before the board.
I had a question on the cost reduction plan, Carl. I'm curious whether or not Tri-State will use deferred revenue or contract termination payments or the buy down payment as thought about in the partial requirements contract to reduce power costs.
If they put it into deferred revenue, it will probably be used to stabilize power cost and rates. There was quite a bit of discussion about that, and a lot of members, me included, feel that buy down money should be put towards reducing the debt. If we don't do that, then the members that are left are going to still have the same debt as when they left, when everybody was together. So I think that they will probably focus on reducing the debt with it. It may not be immediate because of, money and the advantages of paying off this and that at certain different times. So I think that will be their focus. So.
Do you think they ever codify that to where they're required to do that eventually?
It could be put into a policy, I'm sure.
That would be good.
Carl, I think this is one of those tough situations where if you're asked to vote to eliminate policy 115, that would harm Mountain Parks Electric. It's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations. I hope you don't vote to eliminate it.
It's 119, I think.
119.
So 119.
Well, that's going to come down the road for sure, and if it comes, if I get enough notice, I will probably have Mark put it on the board agenda and vote the way the majority of the vote here would feel. So.
And my hope would be, Kristen and other members of the board, is that we're going to get our application in under 119 and get it approved prior to any action by the Tri-State Board that may affect our ability to build the community solar.
Yeah, and it won't be immediate. What they'll do is the elimination of policy 119 will stop in 2022 or some future date, so it won't affect Mountain Parks' project now or anybody in the next year or so, I wouldn't imagine.
So I had a question as I was reading the partial requirements policies and trying to figure out the voting, and it sounds like the voting of the partial requirements member wasn't necessarily settled, or maybe it was settled and it requires a bylaw change. A full requirements member will be a Class A member, partial requirements member will be Class B. What are the non-utility members' classes, and how much equity do they have in Tri-State right now?
I can't answer that, Liz.
Okay. And then the other question I had was, when I read those policies, I was curious, is energy storage considered a max or a Mars resource?
I can't answer that one either.
Okay.
If you guys have questions that need to be answered, and I can't answer all of them for sure, Dwayne will gladly come to a board meeting and meet in person, and you can grill him all day long on the partial requirements contract.
Well, I don't know.
And-
I've had enough brain damage trying to read it.
And Liz, I am not an expert in Max and Mars. However, Mars is renewable resources. I do not believe that they think a battery is a renewable resource. And as such, it wouldn't fall within Mars. It would be Max.
Well, and I don't know if that's true, since FERC has determined that generation is not, or batteries are not generation. That's why in prior time here that Tri-State is considered batteries generation, is because FERC said it was generation. Now they've reversed that, so I'm not sure where it stands.
Yeah, I just thought it was, an emerging technology that really can be helpful, and I didn't see it addressed in either of these policies, and it seems like it ought to be. So my only comment.
I don't think it ever was, Liz.
No, you're right, Jeff. They don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, but yet it makes the most sense for a lot of the distribution co-ops who might go to a partial requirements. If it makes sense to go to a partial requirements, why leave out a technology?
The one question that I had related to Tri-State stuff within the last month is there is some recent filings at the PUC in advance of their integrated resource plan that caused a bit of a stir. Perhaps there was a miscommunication, perhaps there was not, but apparently there's some filings at the PUC where Tri-State says in its base case, which includes their new responsible energy plan, that they would only achieve a 34% emissions reduction by 2030. And that obviously doesn't really jive with their 70% announcement. So I'm curious when we as board members will be able to see the details on how Tri-State plans to achieve their announced target.
Well, I think the integrated resource plan will be submitted sometime here before the end of the year. And don't quote me on that, but that's what I remember. But Dwayne talked about the issue Monday and Wednesday, and the responsible energy plan to reduce it to 67 or close to 70% will not be presented. They are going to present a plan to meet the state's goals of 80% in front of the PUC. So I don't know what objections you're referring to about the 34%, but that's not ever been discussed that I know of.
Yeah, I can send it around. I have the document because it's a public document that was filed. And then there are some advocacy groups that participated in the responsible energy plan that were like, this says 34%. We thought it was 70. Can you clarify whether this includes the recent coal closure announcements and renewable announcements? And the answer from Tri-State was, yes, it does. Now, Dwayne subsequently sought to clarify and say, oh, well, there's more filings coming. But I'm just curious, are we going to see, there have been various times that Dwayne has said in public that Tri-State will be adding more renewables on their system. I haven't seen any announcements for a new request for proposals. And, as a Mountain Parks Board member, I'm getting a little concerned because if Tri-State wants to lock in the lowest rates, it would seem to me that they'd want to take advantage of the investment tax credit that expires after next year. So Carl, do you have any sense of whether we'll see any new announcements coming out of Tri-State for new RFPs?
The RFPs are out there for sure, and they've narrowed it down to certain projects. Some of the projects are having some issues. One in particular in southern Colorado that was going to be put on the Indian reservation. The company couldn't come to agreement with the authorities on the Indian reservation, so they have to look for another site. But I would expect that here in the near future that those PPAs will be brought to the board for final approval.
Interesting. So this is a new round, or is this from the former request for proposals that was announced?
This is from the proposals that were put out for the responsible energy plan.
Okay. So Tri-State has announced a certain amount of, megawatts that they're doing. Is Tri-State going to be announcing more megawatts?
I think eventually they will have to, because to meet the 80% goal, they are going to have to cease importing a certain amount from LRS in Wyoming or from Springerville in Arizona, and that I think is one of the reasons why the Rifle plant is scheduled to go down. That's 85 megawatts. It's a plant that was built in the 70s. The gas supply in Rifle was not very good. It's an old plant, and they would have to invest about $2 million to upgrade it here fairly soon. So yes, I think there will be some more RFPs out for renewable, but they haven't gone out yet, no.
Okay. I just hope they get low financing and tax credits when they do.
Yeah, Kristen, I think that the original RFP resulted in about 16 gigawatts of project. They narrowed that down, as Carl said, to about 1 gigawatt, and that was the announcement that Dwayne did with the governor in the Capitol. They have been working on solidifying the PPAs related to that and actually getting the contracts in place to build those. That's part of their, I believe, the 50% by 2024 program. But they are talking about between 2024 and 2030, adding another gigawatt of renewables. And I don't know that they would be able to utilize proposals from the first RFP, because obviously those built in or baked into it, tax credit, and they're going to have to then go back out, because if I told you, yes, I could build it for $20 a megawatt because of tax credit, I probably can't build it for $20 a megawatt without tax credit. So I think they'll have to have additional RFPs sometime between 2024 and 2030 in order to meet their proposals.
Yeah, that's the thing that concerns me, because it seems like if they want to lock in the lowest cost, they should be doing those RFPs earlier rather than later. But maybe they project that prices will continue to fall, and they're not going to hurt membership by failing to lock in those low prices. So,
it's my understanding that the tax credit is not being eliminated totally; it's just being reduced from like 26% to 24%. Is that right or not?
No, so next year it drops to 24. You're correct. From this year it's 26, but then every year thereafter for commercial projects it's only 10%. So the difference between doing something next year in 2021 versus 2024 is 14%, which is pretty significant.
We haven't got to 2021 yet, so those those may go out in 2021. I don't know at this point.
The cost savings, cost savings might continue to drop though in the next 10 years significantly.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious if their projections show. I guess we'll see more when they file their full ERP.
Does anybody have anything else for open board forum? Justin?
I have, I guess over the past 2 months, I received some member complaints, of which one yesterday that I said I'd bring to the membership. And it comes from a builder that is, I guess, would like the board and Mountain Parks to investigate how we do our cost estimating a little bit more. I guess, I don't know how much I should go into specifics, but they, I guess, a project they had that they quoted like 2 years ago has gone up. It was 3,100 originally, went up to 4,800. Basically, it's just pulling 60 feet of burial wire through an existing conduit that's open and free and clear, and adding a meter base. And so, you know, I obviously explained, you know, where our costs are going, and Mountain Parks is, you know, responsible for that service for the life of that project for the next, you know, however long the house is there. But they, yeah, so I don't know if I can, maybe an executive session, explain a little bit more with the specific member, but.
Justin, we can either do that, or if you'd like, you can put them in touch with me, and I'd be happy to take a look at it. I guess part of my question would be, I think you said that it's been 2 years since we quoted, and one of the things that we do say is that the estimate is good for a certain period of time, and you know, with other costs that do go up, we may have seen an increase in some of the materials. Obviously, we would have a little bit of an increase in the labor rate, but not something that I think you suggested with the numbers that it almost doubled. So.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, and we kind of reduced that, you know, I think 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we did reduce the amount of money that was going to individual products to pay for future capacity and things like that, I think, by quite a bit actually. And so I think that's where this member was also wondering why it went up drastically when we decreased some of those things that were in place before.
I would appreciate spending a little bit of time on this, maybe at a future board meeting as well. I have also heard from some members that had fairly substantial discrepancies in prices being quoted from like 1 month to another. And so I think maybe it does warrant a little bit of time to go over some of that.
I agree. And this particular person, you know, did get a bid from 1 or 2 electricians, and if they were able to just pull the wire themselves, it was basically half or less than half, about a third of the cost. So that's you know, sort of what they're basing this on as well.
And I have talked with a few members that have suggested similar things, and I think that part of the issue is that, as you mentioned, Justin, that Mountain Parks, once it's in there, we're responsible for it if anything happens to it. And so we build it to a particular standard. And I think sometimes when I have asked the member to provide us a copy of whatever bid that they got from whoever, I haven't gotten one. I haven't gotten a copy of a bid yet, because what we would like to do is compare the bid that they were given from the contractor to what we would require, and to see if that was something that, you know, an apples to apples comparison, because generally what we've seen is it is not. And so I think that's part of the challenge, is that you know, an electrical contractor, no offense to Jeff, will come in and they'll give them a price, but they're not necessarily quoting the exact same thing. And that is part of the challenge. We've had something similar related to trenching with the change that we made. And we had a contractor say, I have a bid and it's for 60% of the cost that you have. And I said, please provide me with the bid. I'd be happy to kind of look at it and, do an analysis to see, why. And that was, I think, 3 months ago, and have subsequently asked for the bid twice, and they've never provided it. And I think that part of that particular issue was the contractor's not providing some of the equipment that we are, conduit or other things. So I think that this is definitely something that we can discuss, put on the agenda and discuss. And if you can forward me, some of these issues, then we can take a look at and be prepared to respond.
And happy to put this member in contact with you directly, and I will get back to them. So,
okay.
This is, reminiscent a little bit, and I hope not completely. I think there's a pendulum that swings a little bit, but I think when I first came on the board, really there was a lot of dissatisfaction on the process and the amount of money and the design of things. And I thought we'd kind of swung back the other way. But I think we, as a board, we need to be sensitive to it and understand it. And so I'd love to spend some time getting our arms around this a little more.
Okay. Mark, do you think we can get that on the agenda next month?
Michelle is adding it as we speak. And so if we can get, contact with some of these folks, then for instance, with the one that has talked with Justin, we can do an analysis of what the bid was 2 years ago. I mean, not providing any information related to who it is, but what the bid was 2 years ago, what the bid is now, and what the explanation is for the differences. And then Kristen, if you have those that have contacted you, be happy to talk with them as well, and we can do a similar analysis so that the board can see what it is that that the members looking at. And then especially, I think with Justin, he indicated they have a bid from somebody that will do it for half or a third of the cost. If we can get a copy of that bid, we can also do the analysis to show if there are any differences in what's going to be done, and that could be the result of some of the difference in cost.
Sure, and I can share more in executive session. It was actually kind of an opposite situation where they were first quoted a very high price and then a much lower price. So they were happy with that, but I'm curious why that would have been so different in the first place.
And in executive session, we could talk about it, but I do know that with trenching, we have looked at the cost for trenching, and we have continued to adjust that rate. And so far it's been going down, and it's because, we're getting better at estimating, and with, understanding what specifically the costs that are going to go into that, then we can provide a rate that is better than what we originally provided.
Mark, looking at it from a board perspective, it appears right now we're talking about micromanaging. My job is not to determine if you guys are setting the proper prices unless there's really a significant problem. And if this is just one or two people, I would say the way you're handling it, we should just basically refer these to you. I don't need to sit and review how our costs are being created. I have to rely on the fact that we have engineers and accountants that are doing this the appropriate way. So, if you're not having a problem with this, I think just recommending these people speak with you, I think that would handle the problem. I don't need to go over this and review it. At least that's my perspective.
And I appreciate that. And I think with most members that I've talked to, we've been able to, kind of work through the issue. I do know that there are some that are not satisfied with the result, and so may want to come and talk to the board as is their right as a member. And if I wasn't clear, I'm not talking about, telling you exactly how we're calculating the cost. I'm just talking about looking at a example project and maybe saying, this is why the project is the way that it is. And so at a very high level, not digging into the details.
I like the example idea so that, when we get this question, we, have some basis of what we're talking about more than just that Mountain Parks is responsible for the line and we have a high overhead and all those things.
Okay. I don't have much from CREA. We do have a in-person meeting planned in a couple weeks. The Energy Summit webinars are happening here shortly, so hopefully everybody's gotten those emails.
Same week as Region 7.
And I just sent out that wildland fire risk mitigation webinar. It looks like they rescheduled it to November 5th, so that should be an interesting one. Other than that, that's it for CREA. Is there any old business? Any new business? Looks like we have a need for a Mountain Parks Services meeting. Is that correct, Stacy?
I don't know if there's anything to vote on. There was just some issues that came up last month where I talked about I addressed cash flow. Dick was talking about possibly spending some money out of Mountain Park Services. And I said, kind of depends on the PPA and the income and how the solar two different sites produce versus cash flow on those and how I need to have some reserve money. And I just gave you some examples here of what I was talking about and referring to.
You included a lot of that information in your financial report.
Yeah,
as well as, some of it's in Mountain Park Services, but some of it. So I'm comfortable without a meeting. I may give you a call at some point or shoot you an email just to make sure I fully understand that data.
We can approve the minutes at a later meeting if that's the only thing that's on there. So
you're good without it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless somebody has something they want to go over.
Jeff, one issue that Stacy reminded me of, we got the audit engagement letter from our auditors for the 2020 audit. Either Stacy or I would normally sign it and send it back. A couple of things. One, the price has gone down. And the second is that we are in a year of transition, so we will rotate out the partner. And so if the board would like to see the agreement, there's not a whole lot to it, but I can send it out to the board via email. And if we need to, we could take action via email and ratify it at the next meeting.
Okay. Where are we with the auditor as far as, how long have we been with, when we're with now? Since year 4?
It's year 3 or 4.
This will be our 7th year that I know of. In our policy, it states we'll rotate partners 3 times. When I started, we had a partner rotation from 1 3-year stint, then another 3-year, and now this is another rotation.
Okay. Is everybody comfortable with moving forward with that then? Okay.
Yep.
That sounds good, Mark. Maybe we could just do that via email.
Okay, I will take care of that.
All right, thank you.
So now might be a good time to take a break, and then when we come back, we can do executive session.
Okay, we gotta take a break long enough for Carl to go buy us lunch, so how long is that gonna?
Depends where
How long you
he's
guys
walking or
want? You
driving.
guys need 15 minutes? Is that not enough? Or is there 15 minutes good?
How about 20?
All right, let's do 20.
It's doing small, but I gotta drive home and get lunch and come back, so.
Is that enough time for you, Levi? Drive past the tailgate.
Yeah, and hopefully I have something quick. 20 minutes?
Yeah.
And Carl can go knock on the door of my office if if Jessica isn't in there, because I've got some pistachios, a couple cans of soup in there, and some other stuff. So you guys should be taken care of.
Okay, we'll see everybody back here right about 1.
Red button.
Yeah.
Joe, when we get ready to go into executive session, if you make me the host, then I will go ahead and take care of that. And then just let me know with thumbs up that we have cut the feed. I know that it generally will disappear from the top left of the screen. You don't have to say anything. You can just do the thumbs up so that you don't have to stop eating your lunch.
So Mark, how's the weather up where you are?
It has been overcast. It hasn't been raining, but a high of like maybe low to mid 50s.
Wow. Here
At
we've
night,
been like,
At night, it gets down to about 36 degrees.
and here we're what, 30 degrees, 25 degrees at night, and 65, 70 during the day. And,
Yeah,
and not cloudy or sunny, just smoky.
Yeah, much bigger swings in temperature there than it is here. Realistically, we have been lucky so far this year. No actual fires up here, or the ones that, if there are some fires, they're far enough away from everything that you don't necessarily see the effects of them.
Hey, where was the fire up behind Parkview? Was the burnout yesterday? Late afternoon, did you see the huge plume up behind Parkview?
That's that Middle Fork fire over behind Steve-O.
No, the one was further south, right from my house, from the gore, right behind Parkview. Looked like it was up in the park, and it just boiled.
That's Cameron Peak. That's the Cameron Peak fire, and I think I think they had more northerly winds. And there's a finger of it that goes right towards
almost
Trail
behind
Ridge.
into the
It's
park.
It's close to the park, really.
Yeah.
And it must
Did
have
they do a
gotten
burnout yesterday? It was a huge cumulonimbus.
I think, it was huge. It was
huge
just
yesterday, about 5.
roaring. Yeah. Oh, and it started about 2. I mean,
it looked like a whole new, it's way further south than we've seen it.
Yeah, I think it just, I think that southern finger, the wind just got it, a different direction of wind, and it got into new old timber.
New old timber. It sure boiled from our view.
Oh, it was really impressive from Granby too.
Yeah.
And can you see the Middle Fork? Can you see that steamboat fire?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Just barely. If I go down the road, you can see a little bit of it, but once you get down to Wolford, but it blew up too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you almost always see the Wyoming fire.
Right.
But
that
one behind Parkview, it just boiled yesterday afternoon.
I think previously, a lot of the activity, other than the initial stuff, has been down in Larimer. It's been really far east. It's been growing to the east. And so we haven't really seen it as much. And then yesterday, boy, that was as big as when it first started.
Yeah. And then the one down by Blue Valley. I don't know. I couldn't see that from the house.
It sounded like it was up in the timber. I was surprised.
Up on Dice Hill.
The evacuation seemed like it was on both sides of 9 and down in the grassland area. But then when I read in the news, it sounded like it was actually up in Forest.
Yeah, it was up on Dice Hill between Shadow Creek and Blue Valley.
Yeah.
So Jeff, I think we have everybody but Justin. Jessica, we will need for the first part of the discussion, and she just texted me, so I'm sure that she's around. And yep, there she is. And Rob, I don't know if he is on, but he won't be needed in executive session, so.
Okay, so
Justin at this point is the only one that we need in executive session that is not on.
okay, everybody else is gonna stay.
Yeah, well, Rich can drop off, and Rob can drop off, but up there's Justin. So, and Jessica's here. So I think we have everybody that we need.
So Scott and Stacy are going to stay, and Joe, not Joe?
Yeah, Scott, Stacy, and Jessica. Jessica and Stacy will be there to answer questions related to the presentations that they made, if there are any. Then they will drop off, and then Scott and myself will stay for the second conversation, which is power supply.
Okay, and then we have a need for personnel matters.
Well, the personnel matters at this juncture is related to the presentations that were made. If there are other issues that we want to discuss related to personnel, that obviously we can do that at the same time.
Yeah, I move to go into executive session to discuss legal matters, personnel, and power supply.
Okay, thanks, Liz. We got a motion by Liz and a second by Carl. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, we're there.